So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long stretch of water. This water is straight and level and does not flow.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long straight stretch of water. At each end of this straight stretch of water is a bridge. Point A, so you've got 2 bridges. Point B. This water is straight and level and does not flow. At each end of this water is a bridge. Point A, point B. At each bridge there is a plumb bob hanging down to the water.
We are on the road,
even altitude,
suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
Now, on these vertical strings, can you imagine an even altitude? A point at an equal height above the surface of the water below.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
An even altitude.
You'll find the truth from things of old.
And on these vertical strings, can you imagine 2 points? So let me give you a hypothetical. Can you imagine point A an even altitude? At these points and point B, and on these vertical strings, we can establish a perpendicular and even altitude and call one point A and the other point B. 2 points. Point A, point B, even altitude.
We are on the road,
2 points.
suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Point A,
You will find peace within.
point B.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
The points at an equal height above the surface of the water below. Point A, point B. Point A, even altitude. Point B.
There's no end game in mind.
Is the shortest distance between those 2 points.
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
We know the shortest distance
There's no end game in mind.
between 2 points is a straight
It's
line.
only the truth that we seek to find.
Now, here's the question I'm asking myself. How can the distance between these 2 points be anything other than horizontal?
Everyone must see it for
Horizontal.
themselves. The truth
2
is
points.
there for you to find.
And then think about, ask yourself, and the water.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's it's Wednesday. We're gonna have a little bit of a go at trivium, but sort of a roundabout, sort of practical trivium. This one's about what's the point in making an argument? Arguments made. What happens to them? What do they do? What are they for? What's the whole point of it? What's the point of making an argument? Seems like they don't seem to mean anything to people where you think that an argument made to prove a point. I'm guessing. Does depend what you want the argument made for and what the purpose of it is. In an arena where people are always asking people for proof of things, then you'd think, well, I thought that people came asking questions because they would like answers, and when somebody disagrees, then you can make an argument to present your case. That's what the point of this is. And as we've found, logic and the formulation of these logical statements don't really count for much within a certain arena. Now, actually, in reality, I would say the formulation of arguments help you to communicate more clearly with people. It helps you to show your ability to talk about a certain subject. If you can present well-formed arguments around it, means that you've got a grasp of what's going on. You can communicate your knowledge of something by communicating through an argument to present a case. At least that's the way I tend to communicate. If you want to impart some knowledge, or maybe get a reaction from somebody about something, then always formulating an argument is a way of presenting an understanding of something, and also the exchange from that argument also shows your ability to communicate through logic. But mainly, it shows you your ability to be precise with your words and the understanding of what you're actually trying to communicate. Not just formally through the argument, but through your ability to present an argument. That's what I've always thought. And we've sort of gone to the idea of advanced simplicity. Emma explains in that song from Buster. Thank you very much, Buster. Advanced simplicity. That's what we're about here. Now, this isn't difficult. It's not complicated. The ability to form a simple argument, for me, was well, I don't know. I thought it would help us communicate more effectively throughout the exchange of information. But it seems that modern day people don't actually understand the idea of the actual argument. No, nobody knows whether they hold a proof. They don't know how they gained a proof, if they have a proof. Most people are completely unaware of them holding any proofs. We say the unknown proofs that people hold. And I put that down mainly to the lost tools of learning. But people have lost the ability to be able to formulate an argument. And obviously, if you can't formulate an argument, a well-prepared argument for yourself, then there's no way for you to be able to formulate a logical proof. So a lot of times when I hear people asking for proof, they don't actually hold proofs of their own. So for me, it sounds a little bit strange for people to be able to ask other people for a proof when they wouldn't know how to receive a proof anyway. I don't know how that would be reciprocated. Like you ask for a proof. How would somebody supply a proof to you if you don't already know what a proof is? Would that then require somebody to teach you what a proof was before they were able to give you that proof? And to be honest, it's pretty disheartening. And I think whether people enjoy the backwards and forwards of shouting at people and like being in a land of confusion constantly, or whether people actually enjoy figuring things out. I guess there's all sorts of different types of people in modern day society. I mean, we've always said that this is a very niche group of people that we're going to be in, and we always have been. But the problem is at the minute is that when we came in here, I've found this for myself. We came in this to find a proof for myself. And I wasn't particularly looking for people to get answers from. I was looking for people to work through this with me. Here we are. I'm absolutely certain I've got proof. Got proofs for myself. Absolutely certain of it. Now, the strange thing is, nobody's asked me. Nobody's come over and said, oh, you've got a proof, have you, Bev? Please explain your proof. Pass it on. Because my proofs are within reality. Who needs proof of reality? You'd rather have proof of something that can't be given. People only want proof of something that they can't achieve because they don't know what a proof is anymore. And that sounds weird. It really sounds weird. Modern day times, modern people haven't got a proof. Yeah, ask people for proof of something. It's weird. Measuring something isn't a proof. It's just a measurement. Looking at a picture isn't a proof. It's just looking at a picture. So what's a proof? How does a proof come around? Somebody just hand it to you. Can you order it from the internet? Get some proof on eBay. I wouldn't say so, but who knows? What's the proof that everybody else is after? Does it mean anything? Does anybody actually need proof of anything? Modern day times, it's all been done, hasn't it? Shadow giants. They've done all of the proof. You don't need any proof. You don't need to know what they did or anything. They just said, don't worry, we've got the proof. Or actually, what about if all of the shadow giants said, actually, there's no proof. There is no such thing. We don't have proof anymore. We got rid of that in the 1600s. That's old school shit. For proof. Proof by confirmation. Confirmation of what? How does it work? What is it? Like, is anybody going to come in and say, yeah, I know what it is. I've got proof. Or am I the only one? Am I the only person in this arena that's got a proof and has ever attempted to hand over a proof? Surely I can't be. When I did a proof of level being horizontal, I mean, Blue Marble Science and Rumpus have got a way to disprove my level is horizontal proof. So, I mean, could I have ever had a proof if Rumpus and Blue Marble can come along with their proof to prove that level isn't horizontal? I mean, is it possible for you to have both a proof that level is horizontal and somebody else have a proof that level isn't horizontal? Are there such things in modern day times as contradictory proofs? I would say not, but this is modern times. I'm not aware of them. And I could present my proof that level is horizontal to anyone. Anyone that wants to come in and ask us, I could do that. We always tend to start talking about nonsense recently, because like the actual formulation of how an argument forms, and you have to get down to the usage of the words and the identity of every piece of it. But that's easy to do, or it was easy to do up until Blue Marble has shown us an elevation profile of a horizontal that's curving. Now, I don't know whether he put it across because it's an argument that he wants to put across. Don't know whether it was because he just wanted to show people that horizontal, although being perpendicular to vertical, also has a double meaning. It's now curved because it's measured curved, according to Blue Marble Science. And I would say it's the entirety of Blue Marble Science, but nobody seems to be able to back up the Blue Marble Science guy. And even he says that he doesn't say that, but it's quite clearly in his pictures. So I'm not so sure that Blue Marble Science, the YouTube guy, actually knows what he's saying anyway. I think there may be a touch of scientific jitters where he's a little bit unsure of the proof he now holds of the curving horizontal. Only in the dogmatic globe, I think. Proof of the dogmatic globe. We were going over it today. How to formulate arguments from the beginning, and where is the base of a statement that's made. Actually, can you see that argument there? Just to show that I make arguments fairly across the board. This one states, if the earth is flat, then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Their elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis and does occur. Therefore, the earth is not flat. A statement antecedent. If the earth is flat. A consequence of that. Everybody's free to check this for us. A consequence of the earth being flat is there would be no measurable change in elevation. So that's a if P, then Q. Is everybody okay with those? They do follow. Sounds okay. Okay, good. Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis. As you've heard, mountains and all of that, they are at differing elevations. So, therefore, the earth is not flat. Simple argument. But for what purpose would that argument be given to people? What purpose would it achieve? What somebody's told me is that if you come up with that argument, that means you're a flat earther. Which, I don't know. This is modern day science. But it doesn't logically seem to work if you can come up with an argument against the earth being flat, but an argument that then means that you become a flat earther. It does seem contradictory to me, and I don't think I've ever really heard anybody rebut either that argument or an argument, give us an argument contrary to it. Change it up, give us a modus ponens for it, perhaps. That was another thing. Do you think if you could do a if P then Q, do you think it's possible for you to do a modus ponens of that and also a modus tollens for the same if P then Q? I think both of them are possible. In traditional logic, no. It would be contradictory for you to be able to state both of these modus ponens and modus tollens. But that's an old school way of formulating an argument. Pretty simple way of doing it. And when you grasp it, it can help you quite a lot, because it is also the formulation of how you derive mathematics and how you mathematically check something within the same parameters. Yeah, there is a way for you to be able to check within the arguments. Also, a way to check self-evident truths. So it will work like this. I'll give you the argument. This is a pretty simple argument because everybody seems to know this, apart from blue marble science measuring horizontals to actually be curved. But ignore that for the moment. It goes, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, only involves horizontals. It says if all horizontals, so it's a qualifier of all. There's no sum or whatever, so every horizontal that you can think of. If they are all parallel, geometric statement being straight lines, everybody knows what parallel means. If they're parallel to the same, if they are all parallel to the plane of the horizon, a plane is also another geometric term, and the horizon is the observed position where the sky appears to meet the land, and the plane of that being the plane, obviously the geometric term. Well, that's the premise. If that occurs, then consequence of that means that all of the horizontals, every one of them, all of them in the first statement, will be parallel to each other. We can say that because within geometry there is a proof that this is a true statement. You don't need to know much more about it other than the fact that it's about two straight lines that are parallel to an other straight line. Both of them parallel to an other line. It's sort of the if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. So called the transitive law of equality. But basically it just means things are always the same. If they're equal to this, then they're also equal to each other. It's the way it works. And it's a law. So all of the horizontals will be parallel to each other. Now that's a logical statement. It can't be rebutted. Or nobody's bothered to rebut it. But what you can do is, because it's logic, you can set it up for a check. What you do is you assume that you've made an incorrect statement. And you invert it. Which would then mean the statement is, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will not be parallel to each other. Obviously, it takes a little bit of working out, but you're left in a state of reductio ad absurdum, because that does sound absurd to say that the horizontals are not parallel to each other, because that would also be impossible, because they are parallel to an other plane. And everybody does know that horizontals are parallel to each other. So it would mean that because they're parallel to another line, they wouldn't be parallel to each other. Sort of a bit of an absurdity. So that's the idea of making an argument and being able to check the argument. Now, if there's never been a rebuttal to an argument and the counter, the opposite to the consequent, once you've checked that and that comes up as an absurdity, then basically all you've got is the fact that your initial conclusion was the correct one. You don't need somebody else to rebut these statements or anything. You can check this for yourself within logic. That's the idea of forming these statements. You don't do it for anybody else. You do it for you, so you can check what this is. Eric says, if you're unsure about the horizon being horizontal, then use the verticals to check and make sure they're perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. It's always a double check there, Eric. Thank you very much. Yeah. You can check it out in these multiple different ways. And because they are a truth statement, obviously there are multiple ways to actually check this. Now, what you could say is that all of these multiple ways to check this are proofs also. Because the statement is true, and if it's true in multiple different ways, then all of these ways that you can make this statement true will go to compile the proof for what it is you're doing. Now, all you have to do, like Eric says, is check it. The proof is already made. The proof comes ready formed. You're absolutely certain that there is no other way around this. So all you need to do is to check your antecedent. You make a proof positive by affirming the antecedent. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Okay, let me check. Is this horizontal parallel to the plane of the horizon? Is this horizontal parallel to the plane of the horizon? On and on and on and on.
Is there a confusion with what is a horizontal? Because I've heard people say they have proven that horizontal is not parallel to the plane of the horizon by looking at the stars. And then if that's the case, I'm not sure that that's a an actual horizontal.
That's,
So is that an issue?
I think so. That's the trivium, isn't it? That's the
Yeah.
first part, the grammar, the understanding of the word, the identity of horizontal. That's what needs to be checked.
Yeah, clearly I think I'm making a correct statement when I say clearly every actual horizon that anyone has ever seen in the entirety of time has been in the horizontal position.
Yeah, apart from the
I think I can make that claim.
yeah, topographic horizons, right? But the actual plane
The plane
that
of
the
the horizon.
horizon lies in,
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
it's
Absolutely.
always horizontal.
Correct. Yeah.
Not
Well, that's
only by definition, but
yeah. But is that because the horizon itself is in a horizontal orientation? Could
I'm-
you have could there exist a vertical horizon that requires a vertical plane?
it's not
I would submit
being
no.
seen. Yeah, I would say as well. Your entire understanding of horizontal comes from, I would say, from what water does,
Yes.
and not that the water is the special thing, but all fluids do the same thing. In reality, that's how you can check that your statement about horizontals is true. A horizontal is an equilibrium, even, equal, straight. It's the dividing line. It's the diameter of a circle, always straight. But just recently, modern day times, we've had a discussion with blue marble scientists. Now, these new modern day blue marble scientists have removed the use of this argumentation form of structure in proofs. So much so that they imagine that horizontals could possibly curve. I don't know how that occurred, but it did. Some may say it's a mental break that's going on. Some may say that that's just not possible, that somebody would go to do that, but they do. I get it. You know, I don't know how many ways there are to actually say about some of the things that we've been told. Oh, wait a minute. Have you guys seen this one? This is another one. That's a blue marble science. That's what he's. You may never have seen it. You may have seen the water level that looks a little bit like that. But that's a blue marble science water level. And he says it's got a curve in it. Now, that's not the sort of thing that I would say, but hey, this is new modern day science. This is what we're dealing with. And the point is that I'm trying to make tonight. What's the use of coming up with an argument that is rock solid with no rebuttals stating that all horizontals will be parallel to each other. And everybody knows that all horizontals are parallel to each other. Yet, Blue Marble Science says horizontals change elevation. And curve. What use would an argument be? To someone who can have a counter argument? Horizontals curve. The elevation of horizontal is measured to rise in a quadratic formula, an impossible way. What's the use? What's the use of making an argument and then delivering it to these people? Not wanting to say that, you know, the audience that we have isn't welcoming for these arguments, that, but obviously, let's say the people that we are delivering these arguments to aren't going to accept them. They don't accept arguments. So what do we do? What can be done? Where do we go from here? When you have an argument, nobody wants to listen to it. Nobody wants to ask, what's that proof, Bev? Not just what's the argument. What actually is the proof?
They don't want to know. That's really the only explanation, right? They really don't want to know. On the off chance that you actually have a proof that would make sense logically, they don't want to know. It's too painful.
Is it that? Or is it the fact that they don't believe there is proof?
No, I think that's, well, my opinion is I think that's a convenient argument. Not argument, but a convenient excuse. Right? That, what you just said, is a convenient excuse. That there is no proof. I think deep down everyone knows that there are proofs in reality. But they can't say that because that hampers their model, their worldview, their world would completely shatter. And I would say this and I have said this with regards to both sides of this particular little arena, the shape of the Earth arena. It goes for both sides. So I don't think it is ECV, right? I mean, that's why the phrase was coined, ECV. Existential cognitive veiling. You can't look at it. It's like it's almost like if you were to look at it, you would turn to stone, like looking at Medusa.
I think, right? Take this one right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a proof. I can quite safely say that, right? If you don't have a proof, then are you going to say that somebody else does? You don't.
If you truly hold that position that there are no proofs in reality, then yeah, you're going to say that someone else can't have a proof either.
Okay.
Because it's impossible.
Yeah.
But then I would counter that with...
But what about if you just don't have a proof, right? That when asked and you go, oh, I don't know. you've never heard it before. You don't know what a proof is.
That's different. That's different, right? Denying proof exists in reality is different than not contemplating how one would come about creating a proof in reality,
But if
or
you've been
whether
in
that's
an
possible.
arena, right, and you've been asking people about proof, you want proof of them, and you've asked these questions,
Hmm.
and then all of a sudden realize that you don't actually have a proof yourself anyway.
Hmm.
Might it be a little bit troubling to sort of admit, like, especially when faced in a conversation with someone like me?
Wouldn't you want to get a proof then? If you came to the realization, wow, I don't I don't think I've ever had a proof for myself. Wouldn't that make you want one, or would it make you be obstinate like a little child saying there is no proof? There is no proof, Bev. I don't have a proof. He doesn't have a proof. He doesn't have a proof, and you don't have a proof, Bev. Which one is more likely to be a position an adult would hold?
Okay, well, let's check this out because Blue Marbles put a clip in. Well, Big Blue on his sock account. He says, everybody knows isn't a proof, Bev. Not very good grammar.
No, not at all.
Prove the horizon at Blackpool is parallel with the horizon at Southport. Easy to do. Start there. And I would suggest, does anybody else would want to have a go at that?
I would refer to what you were talking about just a second ago.
Yeah, I could say all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, the plane of the horizon is horizontal. I could say the plane of the horizon at Blackpool is horizontal, and the plane of the horizon at Southport is horizontal. And then if we could refer back to the original statement, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other. Since the plane of the horizon at Blackpool is horizontal and the plane of the horizon at Southport is horizontal, then both of those two planes being horizontal will be parallel to each other.
Yes, because
Thank
they
you very
are
much.
parallel to the same horizon.
Mhm.
It's
Well
the
done.
same plane of the horizon.
Well done. Let me play the obstinate child. Nuh-uh.
I know.
Nuh-uh.
I've got a
'Cause
picture here that
you don't
shows
have
that
a proof.
horizontals curve.
Yeah, exactly. Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
You can't have a proof, Bev. Proofs don't exist.
He even says it's easy to do. And like, I think it was really easy, that Blue.
You don't think he was serious when he said that, right?
I
That was
know.
dripping with sarcasm, of course.
Yeah. It was easy though, Blue. If you want to test me out again.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And by the way, stating that there is no proof, it is statement. But to have that knowledge that proof does not exist, you have to prove that. So it is, of course, self-refuting statement. Because you cannot prove that you cannot have proofs.
Yeah, you
Therefore,
cannot
you cannot
disprove proof because you would require proof.
Yes, yes. So, but I'm talking just about this statement.
Mhm.
If you, the statement is that there are no proofs at all. Some people claim that, and this claim cannot be proven, because proving that this claim is true, that would be a proof. It would be self-refuting, because you have to have proof that proofs don't exist. So you cannot do that because you would contradict yourself. So this statement has to be empty statement.
What
You
about if
cannot-
somebody just doesn't see the contradiction? It just says that isn't a contradiction.
it means that would be proving from ignorance.
It'd be madness. Yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
Do you want to have a go, Blue? Do you think you could prove that through ignorance? Geometric ignorance, mainly. I think mainly geometric ignorance, because it is plane, parallel, horizontal. Actually, horizontal isn't a geometric term. Plane and parallel. You're referring the horizontal to those geometric terms. But I don't know. Other people may have opposite proofs. Maybe. I mean, I know I can make a proof for the dogmatic globe. I'm not so sure Blue Marble can do the same. Once you get a hang of the advanced simplicity through logic and the forming an argument, it becomes quite simple, really, Blue. I could definitely give you an argument for the dogmatic globe, because there are parameters that are set. There's a rule book stated within the dogmatic globe. I mean, that's why it's dogmatic. It's dogmatic because there are certain things that you have to stick to. We were going over that. The steps that you have to go to the dogmatic globe. And how close do you think level and horizontal, or level not being horizontal, are from if... Oh, 'tis globe. 'Tis globe, therefore level cannot be horizontal. Is that... We were talking about that earlier today. Right? How close to the beginning of the core tenets, the canon, axioms of globe. I mean, I think Rumpus put it in, didn't he? I think Rumpus put it in his 5. Rumpus and Blue Marble Science put it within the 5 axioms. But how close could you get level not being horizontal to 'tis globe? I mean, is it a direct consequence of globe, or is there a couple of steps you would have to go through to end up there? Of course, I already know. I'm just trying to get people thinking a bit.
If there are no proofs, then you cannot prove the globe. So even if you are trying to prove by contradiction, you cannot prove, because proof by contradiction still would be a proof. So if proofs don't exist, you cannot even make this proof by contradiction, because there are no proofs. So it means that you cannot prove a globe anyhow.
Well, nobody said we have to prove the real globe, did we?
No, I'm talking about dogmatic globe.
Yeah.
If there are no proofs, you cannot prove, even using fallacies or contradictions or whatever, because
I'm not too sure that's the way you're allowed to do it. The dogmatic, I suppose, the dogmatic globe. What would you say to that, Blue? I mean, I think it is one of the core tenets that there are no proofs within the dogmatic globe canon. You know, when whoever said, now let there be globe, new modern science, now let there be new modern science, we shall remove proofs. Could be. That's entirely possible, because I do know that there is no proof of the globe, the dogmatic globe. But I was gonna go with I could prove it, but you seem to have stunted us there. Would have to. What we would need to do first, before we could actually even attempt to forge ahead with a dogmatic globe proof, is to make sure that there are actual proofs within the dogma. I mean, everybody knows that there are proofs in reality, but we need to check whether there are any proofs within the dogmatic globe. Because, I mean, that could be a proof within itself, couldn't it? Of the dogmatic globe, right? The fact that...
Objection.
What?
Because if you have no proofs, because in science, modern science, there are no proofs, then obviously it proves that this globe model has to be dogmatic. But it automatically proves that you cannot have proofs for dogmatic model. So it is contradictory, because to have dogmatic model, you have to make some proof, logical proof,
Yeah.
but not within this modern science. You have to produce this logical statement outside of modern science, just using logic. I don't know if it is allowed.
Well, I'm with you, Paper, but what I would say is the whole idea of dogma, though, does not require proof, right? Dogma itself is faith. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it doesn't require proof. So I understand why the dogmatic globe exists, because faith exists and it's their religion.
What about
certain people's religion?
Yeah, what about, could we, instead of, let's go about this a different way, could we prove that the globe model is dogmatic? Right, as a way of coming around it, right? We're not proving the dogmatic model, right? What we are doing is proving that the model is dogmatic, right?
Yes.
Is that can we have a common ground there? Is that
yes?
I think that's possible. Yeah,
that's good.
So we are not proving that dogmatic model is real, but we are proving that dogmatic model is
dogmatic.
only dogmatic.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So
I think that's possible.
We could do that through the fact that, like a black swan, right? That it isn't possible for you to have a proof for the dogmatic globe model.
Therefore, it must be dogmatic.
Therefore,
I kind of
like
that.
Only be dogmatic, right? And
Yeah,
then
I
if
kinda like
anybody
that.
wants to come along with the black swan and like give us a proof, then they could disprove that statement, couldn't they? That would be a good one to start off with. Proofs only exist within reality, within mathematics. You know, the only way for you to actually prove something is within reality. So were you to be able to make a proof, then there would be no way that that proof could actually be part of the dogmatic globe model, would there? I know it may be a little bit advanced, but
No. Yes, you are right. Yes, it has to be outside of
dogmatic globe model.
dogmatic model, because there are no proofs inside of this model.
Right. Yep.
Okay, so we've got a new way to go ahead now and prove the dogmatic globe model to be dogmatic.
I think so. It sounds like a new project.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh.
I like it.
And then all arguments apply, modus ponens, modus tonens. We go all the way through this, like the lost tools of learning, using that as an example that we could use, right? In order to prove the dogma, and also contrast that with reality. There's a difference between reality and dogma. Stefan. Arguments help us do that. Welcome back, Stefan. What do you think about that? I know Stefan's a loyal dogmatic globe believer. I ain't believer, right? Entirely faith-based.
Yes, entirely.
Would you agree, Stefan, since you're listening in from the sidelines, that there is no proof for the dogmatic globe model within reality? All proofs exist within reality, obviously, and the dogmatic globe model has none. Not one. Not only because no argument can be made, but because I guess they can't even use logic. I don't know. I guess it's a bit unfair, really, isn't it? Somebody may be saying that's unfair.
In logic, there is no such thing as unfair. It is logical or not logical. So.
I know, but in order forming arguments, right, it would be unfair for you to use logic when you were conversing with somebody who was insane. I don't know. Oh, he's talking about zooming in on the moon. Always good. Looking up. Right. Anybody got anything else they'd like to go over? Because we will be formulating these arguments. Obviously, feel free to try the all horizontals being parallel, but be careful. Be careful. Blue Marble Science might want to curve them upwards. He might want to show you a picture of a upwards curving horizontal. It's on the screen. No, it's still there. Look. They were asking me about the if I had a citation that cameras shouldn't be fitted to the back of auto levels to be performed for any measurements. It invalidates the capabilities, the surveying capabilities of the tool by fixing a camera on the back of it. But I'm pretty sure we said that quite a lot. It's just putting a camera on the back of an auto level. It's not surveying. Putting a camera on an auto level isn't surveying. There's a new news statement for you. Be aware. Don't be fooled by people who tell you that they can measure pixels through a picture. And he said he didn't, whoever I gave that to, he said, he wasn't going to trust that source. He wanted a proper citation for a paper where it says that fixing cameras to the backs of auto levels isn't official standard surveying procedure. I don't know why. Because, I mean...
This negative statement,
Yeah.
it has to be there, that there is such a standard.
Yeah, can be
Then-
used with cell phone affixed to eyepiece.
Yes, it has to be, let's say, stated in manual, not just not stated and it proved that it can be. No,
You can't use this for, like, and then loads of multiple things that it can't be used for. Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous. Whoever comes up with these arguments, statements, are ridiculous. But I mean, I think that's because of the way blue marble science works, the new blue marble science works. It starts with the conclusion and works it backwards from there. That's why we're in these positions that we're in. Right. What time is it? 9 o'clock. Right. Now, I've got a video that Logos gives me this stuff. And this is probably going to be a bit painful, but it's one of my popular videos. And I think that may be because it's a little bit earlier on. And you might go, oh. But this is Rumpus and his test to determine the radius of the Earth by measuring the drop of the water level. It's the Rumpus poll. But this is where it came from. We've already been talking a lot, and we are going to be talking about this a lot more. Bedford. That's ours. We're there now. That on the level. Bedford. Rowbotham, Wallace, and then on the level. You want to know anything about that place? Well, we're going to be going there and doing some more tests. We're going to do reciprocal auto levels from the bridges. Wallace would have dreamed about being able to do that. I think we might do a GoFundMe so we can get some more stuff. Stay down there for a bit, do a couple of days of testing, try and get Fata Morgana tests and all sorts of stuff. But this video that I'm going to put you through right now, this is a trivium night, right? So I would like everybody to comment on how arguments are prepared and how, on both sides, from all of the people involved, how simple we can make this conversation. Stefan's brought somebody in looking at the moon again. Right, check this out. You'll like this because this is to do with the shortest line from A to B. Point A, point B. Because in reality, everywhere you go, the horizontal and the vertical are perpendicular, aren't they?
Or the flat Earth, yes.
In reality as well.
No, not in reality. The reality is what I'm showing you here for the actual Earth, for the globe Earth.
No, I'm saying, in reality, everywhere, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
No.
No. says. That's George. We do miss him. God rest his soul. But George is telling everybody that in reality, vertical and horizontal, he doesn't think are perpendicular. You heard it. How long ago? A year ago. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I've never seen anywhere in reality where vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular.
That's because you think. That is because when you move, how can I do that? I would have to do another plane. When you move, wherever you are in the center, this is what your reality is going to be, is seeing this sort of thing. And say this, I'd have to draw another picture. Here, hang on, let me draw another picture.
Yeah, well, we're decided we're backing Sean, especially with the Polaris argument. I'm not personally me. I'm not talking to anybody about Polaris unless Sean Hawkins is there.
Still stands.
Well, how are you gonna know that the water level isn't just sloping one way?
We can't. Well, it's impossible for an auto level where the compensator is moving freely to have a bias.
Yeah, I'm
can't
saying
slope.
the water's dropping though, right? That's what you're trying to measure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how do you know at the end, or how's Rumpus going to know at the end of the day that the water's not just dropping one way? How do you know that that slope?
If it was dropping one way, it would be flowing, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, he's right, isn't he? If it was only dropping one way, it'd be flowing. That's what water does. But because it's got a simultaneous drop, do you like that argument? Rumpus is only going one way when he's doing the Rumpus pole. He's measuring the drop of the water level. But George knows that it must be reciprocal. Because if it wasn't, it'd be flowing. Makes sense, doesn't it? George, God rest his soul. Here's one we had today. You know, when you're looking, you're setting your auto level up, and the horizontal that you, the crosshairs, they're just at the auto level, right? That horizontal is just at the auto level, like where that.
Yeah.
I don't know, where do you say the horizontal? Is it at the reticule? Or is it sort of the horizontal at the pendulum? Where would you have the horizontal within the...
It's all set up so that the horizontal crosshair establishes your horizontal.
Yeah, but that doesn't go all the way for 5 miles, that horizontal,
Yeah,
does
it does.
it?
Sure it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
Well, all the way, 5 miles horizontal.
Go 100 miles, 10,000 miles. As long as you can see in the distance, that's the horizontal.
Are you sure?
Yes, positive.
How big it would be your biggest horizontal plane that you could make?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Like
how big?
Big's probably a wrong word, isn't it? This is about over a year ago. Do you think large is a better? Like, do you have a big horizontal plane? How big. I think I'm critiquing myself. What do you think?
In fact, the question is
large-
if infinite
Wait,
plane
I know it's an
can
infinite
exist.
plane, isn't it? Yeah. Like, yeah. A plane's infinite. Should you just say a plane's infinite, isn't it? But I mean, is anything infinite? I don't know. I suppose it would be a concept in your mind that you'd be, I don't know, you'd be limiting yourself, wouldn't you? By restricting it.
Plane is infinite.
Mm.
In fact, you can make extremity of the plane, but it is not necessary. So, without borders, it is infinite, geometrically.
Okay, so big, large. I don't know. I was trying to keep it colloquial, friendly, like for everybody to use. But yeah, I guess it's the auto level. As I understand it, establishes a horizontal plane of reference because you can spin it round, can't you?
Yeah, 360 degrees. You can make the whole plane if you want.
And
Like
that would be
you're
an
sitting
entirely horizontal plane.
correct.
Right now, if you set up that horizontal plane, would all the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane be vertical?
Yes,
All of them?
yes.
As in Euclidean. I'm so good to hear somebody like says that. So when we have all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. That you good with that, right?
Yes.
Right, okay. And if it's a horizontal plane, then all of those perpendiculars will be vertical?
To that plane, yes.
Yeah. Good.
But not necessarily to the Earth,
Just to the plane?
just to the plane.
Yeah, that's the Euclidean principles that we work with. That's good. It's good to hear somebody like that, George. You've definitely shown that you've got a bit of experience with these tools. Should hear what some of the people have been saying recently.
I happen to be available.
Right, sweet. Well, I was asking because we seem to think that Brian's the only contact we have with you about your test.
Yeah, I suppose he is the only flat earther that I have time for, really.
Flat earther?
He seems to. Yes.
Oh. Well, we're not flat earthers.
You're in
so
wrong place.
That doesn't really.
Yes, you are. You're a flat earther in every regard.
Pardon?
You are
Earth's not flat,
earther
Rumpus.
in every... The Earth is indeed not flat. Oh, well, yeah, God, don't please... Oh, Jesus Christ. If you start talking about hills and things, don't be a twat. We're talking about the surface...
Oh, look, and just as Rumpus appears in the video, he also appears. And he said that blood's thick as life has been distracting Rump, so his videos aren't done yet. That's a shame, Rumpus. We're looking forward to this because if you don't hurry up, I think I think we can find a rhetoric and actually get down there, reciprocate auto levels. The race is on, Rumpus. You might not need to do it if you don't hurry up. This is research for us on the level, reciprocal Rumpus poll. Auto level.
of the water, you
Yes,
moron.
I've been called a twat on
You
Rumpus.
stupid twat. If you think that's, I mean,
Rumpus.
that's a sort of deflection argument that means you're just a moron. You're a moron, yeah, you're a moron.
Gone fishing.
You're a moron. Yeah, you're a moron. You know that.
Right.
Well,
Well,
actually,
can
no,
we?
actually, I'm not familiar
Can
with
we
you,
not?
actually. You're a new moron.
We not do this.
Yeah, but
like,
when some twat comes up with that point, which is something you've done as
Name
well,
what, that it's
say,
not
"Oh, look,
flat,
there's a bump, there's a
Rumpus."
hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that hills exist, you moron. But we're talking about the general shape of the Earth, the geometry of the Earth in general. And so, if you wish to just talk, let's just talk about water. Pretend you're looking at still water, whether or not that's curved. You think that's flat?
Oh, in that case, it's
You're
level,
wrong.
mate.
No, it is indeed level, which is curved.
It's level is horizontal is what we say, Rumpus. Now that's it.
I know. And
We don't talk about the shape of the Earth. We just talk about
Yeah, but that
level.
implies, yeah. But if you think, well, the level isn't, it's curved. And if you think it's not curved, then you're effectively a flat earther.
There you go. If you think level is not curved, then to Rumpus, you're a flat earther.
Effectively flat earther.
Yeah.
I don't know what means effectively here, but still.
Yeah, that's Rumpus. Rumpus is the guy that we're going to, we're going to go and measure the reciprocal Rumpus poles. The drop, the double drop for the dogmatic globe model. That's right. We're going to do it before Rumpus does it. GoFundMe coming soon. Listen to this. Okay, so
If you think water is horizontal,
a water level is a
then you're a
tool
flat
for
earther.
establishing a horizontal
if
Rumpus.
you think water, which is level, horizontal,
Rumpus,
then that
please
makes you a flat earther.
get the
Then
words right.
let
Listen.
me finish my goddamn sentence.
Well, but you keep
If
saying
you think
just
water.
water.
Let me finish my sentence. You haven't let me finish my sentence yet. So, if you think water is level and you think level is
Rumpus, can you just stop calling people names? Your name calling is the lowest rung of the ladder. Mick West states not these, Rumpus. It's even lower than ad homs. Just try and grow up. Be more adult, Rumpus. We are respectable debunkers here now, Rumpus. You would be thrown out of the Metabunk debunker guy. We'll go get Mick West to teach you a few lessons. You terrible, Rumpus. We're going to clean up the etiquette of all of this stuff. And we're going to do the reciprocal auto levels that everybody imagines gets done. But they've never got any sightings for it. And we'll go to the auto level shop as well and get them to confirm that strapping a camera on the back of an auto level isn't a surveying procedure. Looking over 6 miles with an auto level also, it will get confirmation. It is not an official surveying practice. Get a few surveyors to let us know that as well. Wonder how hard would it be to get a citation from a surveyor that strapping a camera on the back of an auto level and looking over 6 miles has got nothing to do with surveying at all. I think we should be able to find a few of them. Just to point out that it's not surveying, but it is blue marble science. Right, Rumpus?
horizontal. That means you
Dogmatic
think all the
globe
seas
model.
around the world are horizontal to one another. That makes you a flat earther. Finish.
Okay, Rumpus. A clarification, right? What we say is a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal
Hold on,
plane
water
of
level, not interested
reference.
about
But
water.
Rumpus,
Hold
please
on,
let
forget
me
about water
finish.
level.
Rumpus, please
Oh,
let
I
me
see.
finish. Don't interrupt.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the point I just
No,
made.
I'm just making
The
a statement. Also, Rumpus, you say we're pontificating about surveying. Well, you're wrong. I'm pointing out that putting a camera on the back of an auto level is not surveying. So it doesn't really matter how many books I've read or how many certificates of land surveying I own. It doesn't really matter. We're not talking about surveying, because putting a camera on the back of an auto level and looking over 6 miles is not surveying. Nobody needs to have read any surveying literature to be able to do that. Anyone can do it. Anyone does do it. But that's why we take the auto levels out there. People can have a go. They can look at it. They can do it. They can set it up themselves, Rumpus. It's a free-for-all type thing when we go out there. Talking to people, that's what we're all about. That's what we're going to be doing. And it's most definitely not surveying. Don't worry. You won't get told off for, surveying without a license. Just because you're looking through the camera that we put on the back of an auto level, it's okay. It's not actually surveying. So, yeah, don't worry about it. That's right, Rumpus. We'll get loads of people to state that. I do know how to put a camera on the back of an auto level, Rumpus. It does it show horizontal though once you put a camera on it? That's a good question. It's not surveying, and is it not surveying for a reason? Is the crosshair actually horizontal when you affix a camera to the auto level? There's no need to shout, Rumpus. Calm down. Don't worry. Listen to this. Rumpus is talking, so you can have him in the chat and listen to Rumpus. My statement to clarify the mistakes that you made about what we think.
I haven't made any. No, I haven't made any.
Well, okay, let me finish then, and I will say it again, right? We say a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, as are every tool called levels that are used to establish a horizontal. That's what we say.
And you also think that water is horizontal, don't you?
A water level is a tool.
Not a water level.
Yes.
Water.
Yes,
The sea.
a water
The
level.
sea.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball and a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry. You want to experience true level? Do you? You want to experience true level? Do you?
You can choose to let your mind be free.
Wow, it's so... Oh my God. Oh, Christ.
Yeah,
Oh,
true level, bitch.
You might think that you're right.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Everybody knows that you're wrong.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yeah, true level,
Wow,
bitch.
it's so... Oh my God. Oh, Christ.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
But I love Fireford.
My name's Ramsey.
The Earth is flat.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
My name's Ramsey.
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Shh, Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Yeah, true level, bitch.
That's the thing. Your vision is already being obfuscated by the spherical cap.
Do you?
Parallel lines would intersect.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Level means curved, right?
Yeah, true level, bitch. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little bit. Well,
You seem to be in charge of what I get to remember.
My name's Ramsey.
Good question.
yeah, true level, bitch.
Water is demonstrably not level. Straight lines can curve.
You want to experience true level? Do you?
People have measured the surface of water to be curved.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Yeah, true level, bitch. Yeah, true level, bitch. Yeah, true level, bitch. True level, bitch.
No,
What?
I'm not talking about a
All right,
water
don't
level.
don't
Listen
shout.
to what I'm saying,
Okay.
you moron. You
Oh
think
my God.
water, I'm talking about
No.
water, stop talking about water levels. Water, as in sea, as in lakes, as in oceans, you think they are horizontal to one another, don't you?
They are water, right? They have tides and
Would you please
waves.
answer my question?
They
Could you please answer my question?
are
Forget
not
about the waves. Forget about the waves.
horizontal
Forget about the
because
waves.
horizontal.
Forget about the waves. Forget about the waves.
Rumpus.
I'm asking you if you wish. Ignore the waves.
Okay,
Stop deflecting.
Put the water
Answer
in
the
a
question.
tool then called
Forget
a water
about
level.
The waves. Forget about the waves. Forget about the waves. I'm asking you to consider water with no waves. Is it or is it not horizontal?
Right, right. Excellent intro, by the way. Thank you very much, Buster. One of the best. So this is Rumpus and his attempts to tell me what I think when I'm telling him what I know to be true. Rumpus is deciding to divine my thoughts, which is something for witchcraft, which Rumpus seems to like to do a lot. He likes to divine people's thoughts. Wrongly, I might add, but he thinks he's very good at it. He thinks he's an expert.
I
He's
think
not.
he's making a mistake because in that way, mistake that he is saying about water at rest. And in fact, when you are talking about water level, you are also talking about water which behaves like at rest, because this is our goal, to achieve water at rest, because we know that it will, we can then establish horizontal. So I don't understand why he is arguing against water level.
Because he wants me to say water, then he can say like a river or a waterfall or a water spout is horizontal.
But he was talking about water at rest. So
well, he didn't say at rest. And that's why I specifically say put it in a water level or put it in a canal. Don't put it in the oceans. Don't put it in lakes. Put it in a canal or in a water level. It's the safest place is a water level. You can't have any flow then or anybody taking any water out of a lock. So yeah, it's just if in order for us to be precise with the words that we use, for the trivium. It's needed for you to have this, because if you agree to something with Rumpus, then they will misunderstand it and misrepresent you with any inaccuracies that they could possibly imagine. Rumpus is obviously triggered, like he always gets triggered. You can come in if you want, Rumpus, and come and explain yourself. And actually, get working on your videos. We're all keen to see the videos for the rect test. Nobody seems to know about it, Rumpus. I'm going to do a bit of see if I can help promote the rect test over the next few weeks and stuff. Maybe to promote ourselves, but we'll help you along with it, Rumpus. We'll get something going about the Bedford. Rid of the waves would be to put the water in a contained body of its own, and then you could call that a tool called a water
dodging the
level.
question. Stop dodging the question. Imagine a ocean with no waves, and sometimes they don't have any waves on a very still day. I want you to tell everybody whether or not you think that's horizontal.
I'm telling people, everybody here already knows, Rumpus.
I'm asking you a question. Stop deflecting. Answer the goddamn question.
I am trying to be very, very specific.
No, you're not.
For
you're
you, Rumpus,
deflecting. Do you think water, when it's not got any waves on it, no tidal effects, no bores, if it was perfectly stationary, would it be horizontal?
Yes, if you put it in a tool and make it and use that body of water.
I'm not asking you about a tool, you twat. Stop deflecting.
Rumpus,
I'm asking you about oceans and seas.
Stop shouting,
right,
please.
This guy specializes in not answering questions, reasonable questions he's asked, and he thinks that if he can deflect and change the subject, he's got away with it, and I'm not going to let him get away with it. And I'm asking him whether or not he thinks oceans, seas, and lakes, etc., are horizontal. And notice how he's not answering. And that should make you suspicious, guys, that this guy is just a deflector.
Wow.
So could you please answer?
I'll put it out again. Oceans aren't horizontal. That's ridiculous. It's the whole purpose of us having a mean is because they're not horizontal. There is a change. I don't know what else there is to say.
The question: do you think, without waves, oceans and seas, etc., are horizontal?
I'd say, like a canal body, a body of canal, a stretch of canal.
I described the water
in between
oceans,
locks.
Seas.
What did I
Stop! But no,
you
see how he won't answer the question, guys. This is why he's a wanker. Because he will not answer reasonable questions. He seems to think that if he can deflect and he can get someone like me who understands how he works, he can change the subject, he can avoid the question. Notice how he's desperate to avoid the question. I don't know whether that's because he's worried about committing himself, because obviously the answer to the question, yes, is he's a flat earther, or he's just being deceptive. I can't work out whether he's being completely stupid or he's bound to be deceptive. So if he could grace us with an answer to my question. When the sea has no waves and no tides, are they horizontal? No, stop. Be quiet. Don't stop trying to save him. Stop trying to save him.
Which sea doesn't have a tide, Rumpus?
I'm asking you to consider it without a tide. Now, see, you're deflecting again.
You're asking me to consider something that doesn't happen.
You're desperately trying to not answer the question. Would seas without tides and waves be horizontal?
Could we call that like a body of water, like a canal? Could you call that canal
no,
I'm
asking the question. I'm asking the question, and stop deflecting, you little wanker. Stop deflecting.
I'm just making the missus some breakfast, all right? So stop
deflecting, you little wanker. Answer the goddamn reasonable question I'm asking.
So this is Rumpus, the guy that's leading the rec test. He's going to go on in the history books. Right next to Wallace, there will be Robotham, who's already gone. He's not in there. Wallace, who's done the hump. And then Rumpus measuring his Rumpus poles using new Blue Marble Science surveying methods.
By the way, I like his expression that he is asking reasonable questions here. But yes, he said that at the end. So for him, imagining a sea or ocean without waves is a reasonable assumption. But when you are trying to put it into canal, which is absolutely realistic example, no, he cannot agree with you. So something smelly here.
He wants me in his fantasy, not reality, right? That's where Rumpus wants to be. He wants to be in a place where he's imagining something that'll never not happen. Not happening.
Are seas and oceans without waves and tides horizontal?
So again, that doesn't
See
happen in
what
real life.
You see, I'm not interested. I'm asking conceptually. We all know in real life there are little changes and irregularities we have to cope with. But as a model, I want to know whether conceptually, without waves and tides, whether or not Bev thinks that oceans and seas and any body of water connected to them are horizontal.
Why is it
Mate, he's trying to tell you that
Stop
it
saving
doesn't
him!
happen.
Shut up! Stop trying to save him from answering the question.
He's not
Bev,
here.
you are. He's not here.
Didn't
Okay,
you hear
well,
that he left for a few minutes? Oh my fuck.
No, I didn't hear
You're
that.
literally shouting at the wall right now.
Yeah. Okay, well that's fine. I don't mind. Well, obviously, I'm just highlighting to anybody that's listening. This is the tactic that Bev tries. He avoids difficult questions because I think at some level he knows he's talking bollocks, but it could be just that he's just got this cognitive dissonance. He sort of knows he's speaking illogically, but he's not confident what he's saying, so he always deflects from awkward questions, and he's doing it again.
No,
Now, not only has he deflected, he's run away, and this is typical Bev thinking.
He's coming back. He's making fucking breakfast.
Well, okay,
Come on.
We'll see if he can answer a question then, because he doesn't usually do so. Well, he's demonstrated so far that he doesn't. He wants to change and deflect.
He doesn't
and it's a
answer questions.
really obnoxious, deceitful, dishonest way of interacting with people.
Mate, he has 7-hour videos uploaded to YouTube. Why are you lying like
So
that?
what?
That he doesn't answer questions.
What's 7 hours? So you're telling me anybody who produces a 7-hour video on YouTube is telling the truth? Is that what you're saying? Moron.
See, you're twisting what I'm actually saying.
Well, see, how is it relevant? How is it relevant that he's uploaded a 7-hour video? What's that got to do
That
with the
he's
price of
talking
fish?
to people for 7 hours, for example, or
Who
3 hours,
cares?
or
I'm
4
asking him
hours.
so you're saying, so if I talk to someone for 7 hours, I don't have to answer questions. Is that what you're saying? He's justified in not answering a simple question because he uploaded a 7-hour video. You are a moron.
That's what you heard of what I said. Wow.
Why do you bring up the subject of him uploading a 7-hour video as a defense for him not answering the question? What are you talking about, you moron?
Because he is
Why are
in
you
every
deflecting?
of those videos.
You're following in
That's
you're
why.
following in his footsteps. You have to emulate the moron by deflecting the same way.
He's got a lovely way of talking to people, hasn't he, Rumpus? Isn't it amazing why Blue Marble Science hasn't doing more of these streams with Rumpus as his co-host? That's how you argue with people, by misrepresenting what they say and then going on a rant. Demeaning people because of you misrepresenting what they say. It's a very good. I can't wait until they start doing the interviews with the newspaper, Rumpus. Whenever, when you put your videos out and then you go and actually do your rec test and you become famous as one of the guys that's proved the globe, like Wallace. Or does it only happen afterwards? I mean, it didn't really do that well for George, did it? You'd have thought everybody had been calling, like putting George there, since George was the first one that did the Uber Bedford Rainy Lake. There should be Rainy Lake over there. Because that's all Rumpus is doing, really. He's just replicating George. He's not really got anything new. He's not even going to attempt to reciprocate.
You bring in loads of red
Emulate.
herrings and attempt. You're deflecting from the issue. I don't know why you think that bringing up him having recorded a 7-hour video has got anything to do with the fact that he's not asking a simple
Do you
question.
have a mental breakdown or what?
No, I'm just fed up with morons and twats like you. Who, I mean, I don't mind flat earthers, and I mean that's the reason I like Brian. Is that although he was a flat
What
earther,
did you
he
call me?
engages honestly.
What
He
did you call me?
engages honestly. He tries to answer the question. He doesn't deflect
Please
like
repeat,
you're
what
trying
did you
to do,
call me?
like you're
What
trying
did
to
you
do,
call me?
and like Bev tries to do.
Again, what did you call me 5 seconds ago?
A twat. Yeah, twat.
A twat. That's it.
A twat.
You come in and calling names, whoever you want to, right?
Yes.
Because you
Well, if
don't
you
know the
start
person,
make-
and
you
you
start
think,
trying to
and you
justify-
think I cannot provide
Yeah.
anything for what I said,
Absolutely.
because you cut in every 2 seconds. So the 7-hour
don't.
videos that I'm talking about are full of answers from Bev to the other person.
Well, I'm not interested in the. I'm not in. I'm asking him a particular question, and he's not answering. The fact that he may have a video in which he may, I don't
He
believe he'll answer that question. I
He's
do not
trying to
believe
be
embedded in
precise,
that. I do
because
not
what you
believe
said-
embedded in that 7-hour video is an answer to my question. Why
Okay.
can't he answer my question now when I'm asking it?
What I'm hearing is that he's trying to be precise, and when you ask someone that is
No,
the
he's not. I'm
whole body
defining
of
the question.
whole body of
I'm
water of the
defining the
ocean
question.
is flat, it cannot be flat because it never was flat, because it never was in equilibrium, ever.
You're saying it's
Do you
not in
get that?
equilibrium. You're saying it's not
Do
in
you get that?
equilibrium.
No, it's
I'm
moving all the
asking
fucking
you.
time.
You're making a claim that the ocean is not in equilibrium.
Mate, the surface of that water is not flat ever, never has been.
Yes,
Do
but
you
you're
get
just
that?
talking about waves, you moron. We're not. I'm asking
Obviously.
about the overall general shape. I'm not asking about little wiggles due to waves. I'm asking whether he thinks if we eliminated the waves and
Mate.
tides, whether or not, don't call me mate, whether or not that is horizontal. And he's dodging the question. And he's doing
If
so
it's not
because it's
flat,
an awkward question
then it's
for him.
not flat. It's that easy. If it's not
You're saying
flat,
it's not
then
flat.
it's not flat.
You're saying even without the waves and everything else, it's not flat. So it's got
What
it's got a
without? When did
geometry.
you ever see an ocean without the waves?
I'm asking you to eliminate the waves as an option so we can talk
I
about
can't.
the geometry.
You
of the
want
ocean.
to eliminate reality
You're
or
a
what?
moron. Then if you can't consider
Look at that. You're a moron if you can't eliminate the waves from the ocean. That's what you have
Yes,
to do for Rumpus.
Yes, eliminate reality. Yes. If you eliminate reality, then we are good.
If you can't do that, well, then
We cannot proceed.
it's not worth talking to you if you can't eliminate reality. Amazing.
But if we can eliminate that the piece of reality as waves in canal, no, this is not good example for us.
Yeah.
Only sea and ocean.
Yeah, what's going on? Like, what sort of state does Rumpus want you and your mind to be in order for you to have the ability to engage with Rumpus? Where does, this is one of the things that we're doing. Within the trivium is the communication of how to communicate with people. What is Rumpus saying he wants you to actually be doing here with him? People leaving. I'm not surprised, really. Who would want to listen to this? And his name, Rumpus, has a name. It's a character name, and he lives up to his character name. Rumpus. He does exactly what his name entails. There's quite a few people in this arena that do that. Specifically, there's the Flat Earth guys. Sleeping Warrior. Hides and attacks. Ranty. Except Ranty's gone. most of the people within this arena have been exposed by an argument. And what happens is you deliver an argument to them, and they take that argument on, and then they realise they cannot rebut it. So they have to leave the arena. It's quite a few of them. Jesse Kozlowski, Jeff, the guy that probably doesn't live in Maine, Ranty, he's gone. Brandon, he's not around anymore. Name a few more. People that aren't around. Only the most deluded people and people with an interest within this arena, they're the only ones that are left. And they have no argument. They have the ability of not having any logic, so they can just dismiss arguments. But the people that still do have a little bit of logic, they take these arguments on and they realise they can't do anything against it. They just have to leave the arena. They go somewhere else. Use their talents somewhere else. Realise this isn't the place for them. Our niche little arena that we have here. Exposing some of the worst people, the worst sophists you'll ever meet. People that have never had an argument, they're never going to have an argument, and they can't even employ logic within any of their understandings. Everything that they do is based upon dogma. The entirety. The dogmatic people who just rely on shadows of the shadow giants to tell them everything. Can't even think for themselves.
The overall shape of something without the wiggles and
What
the
overall shape? What do you even mean by
I'm
overall
asking you
shape?
about the overall shape, and on the spherical Earth.
And I'm
it's a
asking
sphere.
you, please
I'm
define
telling you
what
it's a
does
spherical.
overall shape
It's
mean.
spherical. Spherical, you moron. Spherical. And he seems to be saying that it's horizontal.
What
Oh my
does
God, I mean,
overall
that's
shape
stupid.
mean for you? Please define it. In general.
The overall geometry of the oceans are spherical.
No. I'm asking for the definition of the overall
I've just
shape.
given you
What does
one.
it mean?
The
I'm not
overall
asking for an example.
The
Do you get what
overall
I'm
geometry
saying?
of the surface of the oceans is spherical.
What does the word overall shape mean?
The geometry where there are oceans forms, if you just ignore the land bits in between them, every
He doesn't
part
get
of
it.
an ocean.
He
You're a moron.
clearly
You're a moron.
is
Okay,
out of his
You're a
mind.
moron. You're a moron. You're a moron. But just don't. Yeah, you see, you're deflecting. I mean, a child can
No,
understand
I'm
what I
asking a
just said.
simple question
A
and you're
child,
giving an
and I'm not giving you a
example.
simple answer. I'm giving you a simple answer.
No,
The geometry of the
you're
oceans
giving me an example
on the
of that.
Earth are spherical. It's very
I'm
simple.
asking
If you don't
for the
understand what I'm saying,
definition of overall shape for whatever you're talking about.
well, if you imagine a football or a basketball, and then I put a little blob of blue tack on one of it, you would still say the overall geometry of that basketball is spherical, wouldn't you? Now, do you understand that? So if you understand
exactly
that,
my
if you
point.
understand
Exactly
that,
my
then you should
point.
understand.
Yeah.
Then you should understand that the overall geometry of the oceans, etc., is spherical. Now, obviously, we've got bodies of land that form areas where the oceans don't exist, but the geometry of the oceans is spherical. The surface.
I'm trying to tell you that he is just trying to be very precise, and you're cutting in every second. Are you afraid of me? Are you afraid of me?
You're not. I'm afraid of your idiocy. Yes.
Are you also afraid of me?
You're afraid of your idiocy. I might get caught to catch some of it.
You're cutting in every second that I'm trying to talk. Are you afraid of me that much?
If you raise a question about you don't understand when I say that the geometry of the oceans are
Mate,
spherical,
I was asking for a definition and you were giving me examples.
And you seem to have. I'm giving examples because you seem.
He did say that the geometry of the oceans, which, you know, looking at this from like a learned point of view of knowing of the geometry of something, right? It's a ridiculous concept to even imagine that you have a geometry of something. Is ridiculous. You could say the shape of something and describe that shape geometrically, but you can't have a geometry of something. That's, I don't even know where that's come from. That must be a term that gets used within this arena, because I'm pretty sure that nobody says that sort of thing in the, you know, in the real world or in academia or anything like that, right?
Yes, he should use shape, because shapes are in geometry. So, but he's talking about object. And object has shape, not geometry.
The geometry of something. It's like that concept is right there within the meta bunk, right? You are placing a bunk in the middle of a statement that immediately places a little confusion there when you hear it. The geometry of an ocean means nothing. It's a vacuous statement. But you might take it on, and other people might hear it and use it and take it on as though it's a paralogism. It's not. It's not a thing. And Wally doesn't know how to answer his question about a paradox, unless he's typing. It might take him a bit of typing.
Having trouble understanding these simple concepts. A
I was
5-year-old can understand
asking
what
for
I'm
a
saying.
definition,
And I
and you were
suspect,
giving me
I
examples.
suspect
Who
that
is the
everybody
idiot, you
else
or
in this
me?
panel, I suspect that everybody else in this panel understood what I meant. And if you've got a problem with it, then we can't even begin to have a discussion if you can't understand concepts like
Okay,
the
I'm
geometry
back.
of the oceans is spherical.
I see you've got on with Rumpus. You've got a nice meet and greet. We got all that all over and done with. You got
So
all
can you
your
answer my
little
question,
things
Bev?
sorted about with.
Answer my question, Bev.
What question?
Do
Sorry,
you
I've
believe that
just
the
come back,
geometry-
Rumpus.
Oh my god!
Do you want to?
Here we go.
Do you want to fill
the
me in?
geometry? What do you believe to be the geometry of the ocean?
Euclidean geometry. That's the geometry I use.
Do you believe
Rumpus.
it to be flat? Do you believe it to be
There's an
horizontal, or do you believe it to be curved?
Euclidean geometry, Rumpus. Specifically, Euclidean. 3-dimensional
because
Euclidean geometry, like everybody uses.
So how
That's
about
the
not
geometry I
deflecting?
use.
How about yes? And do you believe that the seas and oceans form a horizontal plane or not?
The seas and the oceans are a fluid body of water that are
And
never
are they
at
horizontal? I'm asking
rest.
you about the geometry of
The
these seas and oceans.
hydrostatics are never at equilibrium ever. So you can't base anything on the seas and oceans, Rumpus.
Yes, you can. So in other words, you're saying you don't know what the geometry of the seas and oceans are. Is that your position?
Yeah, I haven't got a clue. I don't know anything about the seas and oceans other
Right, there we
than
go,
it's
guys.
seawater.
So
the
he
tides
doesn't
go
know.
up and down, and we have a
I've asked
mean
you to ignore.
sea
I
level
shouldn't have mentioned tides.
issue
That's
from.
it's given you an opportunity. I've unfortunately given you a means to
Rumpus,
deflect
please. I mean,
by mentioning tides.
No,
no, you please.
We just
Stop
came
being
in
a
here.
wanker
You
and
called
just
us.
ask-
You
I
called
told
us
you
a
to
flat
ignore
earther.
tides.
I asked you
told
to clarify it.
tides, and then you bring up the subject of tides. I told you consider the situation without
brought the
tides and
sea up.
waves. And you refuse to answer.
The
And this is
ocean
your
and the seas
deflecting
have
wanker
tides,
technique.
Rumpus. This is just
you
foreplay,
deflect and
this, with
deflect
Rumpus.
and deflect because you don't like having to think about these
He's
things,
gotta
or
talk
you
about
know
his thing
that it's
in
a
a bit.
really awkward question. And you still haven't answered my question. And don't bring up the subject of tides and waves. I'm asking you to consider the surface of the seas and oceans without them. And now you've latched onto the fact that I mentioned tides, and so you're now using that as an excuse not to answer my question. We can all see
Can you
this.
hear
It's
the
a
sophistry?
transparent tactic. You're being a wanker. You're being deceitful. How about for once, answering the question honestly. Do you believe that the oceans and seas, the surface of them, in the case where there are no waves, forms a flat plane?
Isn't it weird that Brian's lads came round and then Rumpus came round and Brian's
You cannot
gone.
honestly engage, can you? You cannot honestly engage. You just deflect. Every time you get an awkward question, you deflect. You're an utter wanker. You really are. You're not an honest engager. Brian, I may not agree with him. He's a flat earther, but at least he tries to engage honestly. He tries to answer honestly questions.
You listen to this. I know the arena we're in is a lot of people who are model afflicted, right? And me personally, I don't care. Don't give a shit. I'm in it for the arguments, and that's my enjoyment. Also, teaching logic and learning logic and using logic to discuss and communicate with people. Whereas Rumpus, he's obsessed with flat earthers, communicating with flat earthers. He has to keep telling you about the way he talks to flat earthers, but I'm not really that bothered. When I'm talking to Rumpus, I don't care that he's a flat earther. I don't care he's obsessed with flat earthers. I want to talk to Rumpus about his test or his arguments or anything. I'm not really into this sort of drama between who you want to call whatever. It's not really inducive to a good conversation. Letting people know that you're obsessed with other people. It's like talking or getting together with a new girlfriend and finding the girlfriend, all she wants to do is talk about other lads. It'd be really strange, wouldn't it? So that's what Rumpus, that's all I hear when you're talking to people like Rumpus that want to keep talking about flat earthers. It's like they're jilted lovers or something, and they're really upset. They want to go back to him. Just a hint, if you want to come round and have a conversation with us, don't bring your love of flat earthers around with you. It seems really weird. To most people as well, I think. Keep it under their hat. Can we just leave the flat earth tag alone, right?
No.
And then can you go on to explain your test for us, please?
I'm not going to let you get away with it. I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Listen to the
No. I'm not going to let you get away.
The names you want to call people, Rumpus, are irrelevant to your test, right? Can we just forget about the names you want to call people?
No, we can't.
And continue to your test. Please.
Until you answer my question, I'm not going to describe my test.
And you don't think I've answered your question already?
No.
With extra clarity or not?
Well, okay, actually, you did say you didn't have any idea, I suppose. I suppose one could regard that as an answer. You have no idea.
You weren't listening. You weren't listening. You were just talking all over.
That's good. Let's just say we haven't got an idea on what shape the water is with the waves, or in any theoretical thing that you want to imagine.
Without the waves.
Yeah.
Without the waves. You see,
but that's theoretical, Rumpus. I can't do that.
Yes, I'm asking you theoretically, you little fucker. I'm asking you theoretically,
Rumpus,
without the waves and the tides, what shape would the water be?
I can't do that. I know what the tide is like at the sea. I don't know what imagination you're going to, what you think would happen. I've got to go out and see my dad, so I'm just going to leave this playing for a bit while I go out. Okay, guys? Is that all right with everyone?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be back shortly.
Still water,
if something that did happen doesn't happen.
Imagine it's still water then.
A canal.
Imagine the tide and still water.
A canal.
Still water.
A canal.
Still water.
Can we go to a canal?
A canal would do.
Right, okay, brilliant.
A canal has the same...
A body of water in between locks, a canal. Let's talk about that.
Okay, let's imagine I made this canal 2,000 miles long.
Just make it 27 miles long in between locks.
No! Let's make it 1,000 miles long. What shape would it be on the surface of it?
Just go for 27 miles.
No, I want 2,000 miles. I want the question on the table is what shape would the water be in a canal, the geometry of it, over 2,000 miles? Go ahead.
A water level would be horizontal.
I'm not asking about a water level, you wanker. I asked you about a canal 2,000 miles long. Answer the question.
The water level in that canal.
Okay, sorry. Actually, that was unfair of me. Yes, you were talking about. Sorry. Okay, I take that back. That last point. Carry on. Sorry. Go ahead. You were actually answering my question. Apologies. Carry on. But you're just deflecting so much. You just you've lowered.
I'm glad
the
you
bar
calmed down a little bit now, Rumpers.
Go
That's
ahead.
nice.
Go ahead. Answer
You've
the
got
question.
it out of the way.
So the water level.
Keep calm.
The water
keep
level
calm.
in that 2,000-mile canal. What shape does it have?
What shape?
Mile water level.
Oh my God. Is it horizontal?
Yes.
Or is it
the
curved?
water level in the canal would be horizontal.
It's 2,000 miles long.
If it's 2,000, like, you make a water level. You show me that water level, right?
I'm not making a water level. I've got a canal. Stop talking about water
You've
levels.
got a canal.
You're talking about the
Canal
water level
is the
in the
water
canal.
level.
Yeah, the canal is the
No,
water
he
level.
didn't. No, he
That would
started
become
talking about water level as an
that
instrument
would become
there.
the tool.
I'm asking
the
you
device.
about the shape of the water in a canal. Forget the device. Forget the device. I want to know what shape, what geometry, the water level of the surface of a canal 2,000 miles long is. Please answer and tell everybody in this panel.
The shape, the top of the water in the canal would be horizontal. The rest of the shape of the water would be canal
We got there in
shaped.
the end.
Because the water.
Right, we got there in the end. So you believe that, right, so 2,000
We
miles
got there in
of
the end,
horizontal
Rumpus.
water.
I said that at the
You see,
beginning.
No, but that's
Yes,
the
I
same
did.
thing. If I connected that canal to the sea, then I could say that went into the sea. Exactly the same thing would occur if you ignored waves.
Like the
when you have little
Suez,
waves in a
like
canal.
the Suez Canal. See, from sea to sea,
But longer.
a canal in between. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Right. Okay. Yeah, like that canal.
So you seem to. We finally got there that you believe water is horizontal. And if you do to extend that,
a water
then
level
the earth has to be horizontal.
Water level.
Yes, the water level.
Yep.
The water level is horizontal, you're saying, and if the banks of the area around that water, the canal's 2,000 miles, I'm now going to make that canal 25,000 miles long. Therefore, presumably, as you've said, it's
you can extend it. Show it.
Hold on.
If you show a shared straight line segment, yeah, you can.
Nearly there. You described a 2,000-mile canal surface water level as horizontal. If I made it 25,000 miles, I'd have to extend it, so that would still be horizontal. Therefore, you believe in a flat Earth. Because if I connected that canal and I made it at sea level at a particular moment in tide, still water at tide, then that would join the sea perfectly, and therefore the whole of the water around the world, as far as you're concerned, is horizontal. That makes you a flat earther.
So you say, so you say, Rumpus, that anyone who says that a water level tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference is a flat earther, right?
I didn't talk about a tool. No, I didn't say that at all. You just made that up. I mean, I don't know whether
the water level
so
then.
Stupid,
if anyone, all right, okay, then wait a minute, Rumpus, wait a minute. Let me clarify then. Don't try and misrepresent me. I will try and represent it again. Okay, then I will then clarify, Rumpus. You say, okay, you say.
I talked about canals.
Okay,
and then
right.
You said I said something about water levels.
Okay, let me clarify then, Rumpus.
Just stop. No, I only mentioned water levels.
Let me clarify then.
Them. I said not to mention them.
Okay, let me clarify, Rumpus, please. That you think that anyone that says a body of water within a canal from lock to lock is horizontal, they are flat earthers, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's good. It's good to know. Right, so can we get round to your test now?
Yes, okay.
Okay. So what is it you're doing with your test? What's the purpose of it?
To show drop.
To show drop?
Determine the radius of the Earth.
Oh, right. Because anybody that says that water level in that canal is a horizontal plane, they're flat earthers, and that's definitely not you. So you're not saying that the water in that canal at Bedford is horizontal, right? You're saying there is a drop.
Correct.
A drop from which end?
No, right, hold on here. This is where you don't understand what the word drop means, and this is a common problem with flat earthers. The word drop is used to refer to the drop, the distance between a horizontal and the curvature of the Earth. That's drop. We're not talking about a drop in elevation. So there are two things here.
That's how you measure elevation changes, Rumpus.
Listen. There are two sorts of drop here. One, which I don't know whether you're too stupid to understand the difference, but I'm going to explain it again. Drop, when we talk about drop in the environment of geometry, we talk about drop from the horizontal. Sometimes people call drop as being a change in elevation. So, for instance, if I go from standing on some stairs and I drop down onto the floor, they say you've dropped, but that's a change in elevation. That's not the drop we're talking about. Both ends of the canal are at the same elevation. Same elevation. So the elevation's not changed. But when we talk about drop, we're talking about taking a tangent from one point, and I'll show you a diagram. Let me show you a diagram what we're talking about when drop, because I don't know, as I say, whether you're too stupid to understand or whether you're willfully misrepresenting yourself. Let me just see if I've got a diagram here. Hold on a second.
Okay, so these two different types of drop. I mean, I know about the one that can be measured with the tool called a level, and we call that an elevation change, right? A measured drop from the horizontal.
That is drop. That's not an elevation change.
Or a change in elevation, because you measure on the measuring rod, don't you? And it goes up and down. So that's a rise and fall. The difference in the vertical.
Yes, that's that. Well, don't call that a drop. That's not the drop we're referring to.
That's an elevation change, right? So we get a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal plane, and we measure a vertical change of the land using that horizontal as a reference.
Right. Okay, I've got a diagram. Hold on. Let me just make sure we all know what we're talking about. So let's go.
I'm just trying to get. I understand how the surveying process
I'm just
works.
Selecting a screen. I'll be with you in a second. Give me a moment.
Well, it's okay. Well, it's all right. I'll talk amongst all of the other guys, right?
Right.
So
okay. I now have a diagram.
we know. Sorry, Rumpus. No, sorry, Rumpus. Rumpus, please. We're just trying to catch everybody else up here, right? Now, everybody in this server knows that an elevation change is measured from a tool called a level, auto level, or I say water level, but Rumpus doesn't. So that tool, you can measure an elevation change because it establishes a horizontal plane with crosshairs. You can then put a measuring rod in those crosshairs and measure the number on the crosshairs. It goes up and down as you move around the area. So you measure an elevation change of the land through the tool. That's the drop and rise elevation change that I know about, Rumpus.
Yes,
right?
But you have to also allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Like I say, I've heard Jesse Kozlowski say that the water level drops from the horizontal at a rate, right? So that drop. Yeah. But you're saying they're different drops than the elevation, right?
No, if you look at my screen, I'll be explaining you what the Jesse Kozlowski drop is.
Oh, the Jesse Kozlowski drop. Wait a minute, I've still got blobs.
Drop. Well, you referred to it as Jesse Kozlowski, so I'm just.
No, I called it the nutsack drop. Actually, the Kozlowski nutsack drop.
Garbled. So here we go. Here's the
diagram. George did this as well, right? I've got you on screen.
Yes, George has done something similar. So here we have. This is the definition of drop.
Okay.
I've got it on the screen. Here's the diagram.
Drop from horizontal, though, right?
Correct.
Right. Correct. So where's the horizontal there?
From horizontal. Sorry.
Where's the horizontal?
The horizontal is this. The horizontal is this purple line.
Runs from left to right across the page.
So this is it. This is where
that's the mathematical definition of horizontal, Rumpus. That's at an angle, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is at an angle, yeah, of course it is.
No, this is horizontal. This is horizontal to this point here. This point.
That's not horizontal, Rumpus. Sorry.
There it is horizontal. This is your fundamental.
You want to imagine that's a horizontal, right?
That is a horizontal. to this point on here because horizontal.
It's at an angle, Rumpus. Anyone here will be able to tell you that is at an angle. They would use the horizontal to measure the angle that is off horizontal.
This is because you don't understand what horizontal means. There's no mention of horizontal except in terms of pieces of paper.
Go on, please tell us what. Please tell us what horizontal is.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Horizontal is defined by gravity. That is, it's a tangent. Sorry, it's a tangent to the
as in a definition.
Can I finish my point? Can I finish?
Yeah.
A vertical. So, for instance, here we have up. This is vertical. This is what you would down. So if you had a plumb bob, it would be pointing down towards the center of the Earth. Perpendicular to that is your local horizontal.
Yeah.
So let me show you a number of in fact, let's go to the very front of this.
Can you just give us your definition of horizontal, please?
90 degrees to vertical.
Okay.
And I've got it here.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon, or running from left to right across the page?
No, nothing to do with horizon. Nothing to do with horizon. You made that up. You don't understand.
It's a mathematical definition of the word horizontal.
Nothing to do with the horizon. Nothing to do with the horizon.
It is, Rumpus. I'm not.
I'm
going to stop doing this because Rumpus.
The etymology of the word.
I'm asking you.
I know you don't like this diagram, do you?
I'm asking,
you don't like this diagram. I know this is the diagram you refuse to look at, and you always run away from it. I know that.
It's on the fucking screen, Rumpus.
Yeah, but you're about to run away from the consequences.
No, I'm asking you. I'm going to ask you, right? What relevance does this have for your test that you're doing?
Because it describes what drop is. Because it describes the previous diagram I showed you about what drop is, and you don't understand.
Have you got quite a while for this presentation, then, Rumpus? Is that what you're doing? You're giving us your presentation for your test, right? Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not just trying to give you a long.
Off you go, Rumpus. I'll give you the mic and the floor. Please continue with your test.
Okay. Right. So here, this is the diagram that Bev refuses to look at. Or maybe looking for the first time now. This shows you what vertical.
The one on screen.
Right. Now, if the one on screen, hopefully, great. So if you are a flat earther, you may disagree with it, but Bev doesn't even seem to understand what the globe model entails. So even if you disagree with it, you at least have to accept that this is what the globe model entails and what it prescribes, and that is that down. Obviously, we're living on a sphere. And down is towards the center of the Earth. So if I take a point here, for instance, if you can see my point, I'll put a little star here in yellow or something to show just make sure you know where I am. Let's take that point there. Let's give it a letter. That make it easier. So let's take this point here. Oh, bastard! I can't put it on top of that. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm going to have to go inside.
Do you always have to put this bit in as a part of the routine?
Yeah.
When do we get to your slides for your test?
Because hold on. This is the bit you need to understand what the hell's going on.
A circle. Right, we've got it. Everybody's seen this picture millions of times before, Rumpus.
Well, you've avoided it on many occasions. So if we have point A, hopefully people will understand, even if you don't agree with it and you're a flat earther, that at the point A here, vertical down is towards the center of the Earth. Vertical up is obviously the opposite to that, and horizontal.
What happens if you're not a flat earther and you disagree with it?
No, all globers agree with what I've just described here.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's backing up and saving it, bastard.
And when you say globers, who do you mean by that?
95% of the population.
And what do you what do you mean by the term glober? What exactly?
Well, someone who accepts the Earth as a sphere.
Accepts.
Anybody who understands that anybody who understands or accepts that the Earth is a sphere would agree with what I'm just showing you.
Okay.
So,
is there any particular ritual or something you have to go through, or you just have to?
No, you just have to be educated. That's all. So, go to school. We go to school after about 6 or something. Right. So here we have a point A, and there you can see that down is towards the center of the Earth. The opposite of that is up, and the horizontal at that particular point A is this 90 degrees to that, because obviously vertical and horizontal are perpendicular to one another. But if I were to go to point B, unfortunately my stupid thing is backing.
But not all those horizontals and verticals are perpendicular to each other, are they?
Yes, they are. Yes, all the local horizontals and perpendiculars. So this.
Yeah, no, I didn't say local. I said all of those horizontals and verticals are not perpendicular, are they, Rumpus?
They are perpendicular. The local horizontal.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you very much for waiting and putting up with that. Rumpus is going over his test. There we are. This is at Bedford we're going over. Welcome, Dirth. Thank you very much. This is the Bedford experiment. This is we're building upon Wallace, and what Rumpus is taking a while to get around to it. It's like he's a bit shy. It's a big moment for Rumpus to be able to geometrically describe his model of the rect test, whatever he's doing. Now, this is quite a long video, and you've heard Rumpus sort of explain exactly what he's going to do now, but the problem is nobody can actually explain this process that they're talking about, either the Wallace thing or the Rumpus pole or LIGO or like Rakia, Pontchartrain. It's unexplainable because there's two contradictory things. Now, that's how we can prove the dogmatic globe. But by being able to show a contradiction, therefore will definitely let you know that that's just dogma. Because there is, in reality, no such thing as contradictions. There's no such thing as a paradox in reality. This is what we have to deal with. And as Rumpus is showing you there, he always does this. Horizontal. I mean, that's a contradiction, right? Right there. Vertical down to the side. Horizontal, sloping, nearly vertical. A nearly vertical horizontal. Because that's something that you hear said quite a lot. Only within the dogmatic globe model. Like, never in reality. It doesn't occur. Let's get going. This
horizontal is
Rumpus.
perpendicular to the local vertical, but indeed, all these on the surface of the Earth, everybody
how
at a
large
different
is
point
the plane?
on the surface of the Earth has a different horizontal.
How large is the horizontal plane, Rumpus? Large. See, I get it.
Horizontal plane's infinite.
Oh, right, okay, so all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane would be vertical, right? Because they are always perpendicular, aren't they?
The vertical and the horizontal at a point are perpendicular.
Yeah, but if the horizontal plane is infinite, then all of the perpendiculars to that plane
here we go. I'll make it infinite.
must be vertical.
I'll make it infinite for you.
Okay.
There we go. There's this horizontal plane for point B.
Yep.
That's different to the horizontal plane at point A. So
so that vertical and that horizontal are not perpendicular, are they?
No, they're not. That's because everybody...
There you go. Proof of the dogmatic globe model. Right here, we have a horizontal and a vertical that are not perpendicular. Where does that occur? On the dogmatic globe model. Proof. Yeah, he is a bit loud, isn't he? Rumpus. It'd be a nightmare to go out on a night out with as well, wouldn't he? Can you imagine?
He's always shouting.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't have a wife, right? He can't have a wife, can he?
Maybe deaf.
He'd have to have a separate shed or something down at the bottom end of the garden. God forbid he's got kids. Phew. Can you imagine bringing a child up into such, I don't know. Like, will you be setting your kid up to be a Nietzsche or Kant or something? I mean, who knows? I think they're all the same though, right? Does he not come across with the same sort of model as Fight the Flat Earth? Seems like angry. Most likely to smash your neighbour's head off the concrete because he just flips out, trying to control his rage. Fits a lot of them.
In a different position, has a different horizontal and different vertical.
But you've just made a mathematical statement that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, while showing they are not perpendicular. Well, that's not how you make a mathematical statement, Rumpus.
It is.
It's not. That is not how you make a mathematical statement.
At any point
Rumpus.
on the surface of the Earth, at point A or point B, horizontal and vertical are perpendicular to one another.
Yeah.
But the different point
For the surface of the Earth, see circle Rumpus has on screen. He does this a lot. He equates what he imagines the surface of the Earth, the ground, the dirt, the soil, to a circle that he draws on a piece of paper or on his computer program. He's got a video coming out, right, that will explain all of this, of how the Rumpus pole's derived and whether it actually comes with a perpendicular to the chord, whether he uses the chord, the horizontal chord, whether he uses a horizontal tangent, whether he measures an angle between the two of them and fills it with a Rumpus pole. Rumpus will be explaining all of this, but it's the method he uses to engage with people is what we need to learn from, right? Because this is a how not to do it. He's teaching us how not to communicate, right? Because there's nothing actually backwards and forwards. I mean, thankfully, Rumpus is about to do a Jesse Kozlowski, and I don't think he's ever going to come back. Bit like Jesse. I like to do a proper Jesse.
points have different horizontal.
Doesn't come with a but, a mathematical statement, Rumpus.
It's not, well, it's entirely valid, I'm afraid. There are horizontals are dependent, they're tangents. Do you understand what a tangent is? The horizontal is a tangent to the surface of the circumference of the circle. Therefore, it changes in angle. Why do you have such a problem understanding this? So that's
why I asked you how large is the horizontal plane?
I've drawn it in. Jesus Christ, how many times do I have to do it?
Okay,
you
so
moron.
Then you
I've
know
drawn in this black line.
You know that all perpendiculars to the plane.
The horizontal for point B extends infinitely. The horizontal for point A also extends horizontally infinitely. And that's where they cross.
There's a Rumpus pole for you, right there. Intersection of those two. What do you call the intersection of two horizontals? Anyone know? It's the equipotential angle of adjustment. You'll get used to it. It's going to be big. Rumpus is drawing it here on the screen. This is where you fill a Rumpus pole. Like, you do imagine that you are separating horizontal and level, but the secret is it's just two horizontals. Oh, we're aware of it, yeah. But they will be. When Rumpus puts his video out, he'll make it abundantly clear to everybody.
So we've got two horizontals on the surface of the Earth. We have a horizontal. Every position on the surface of the Earth has a different horizontal. every position on the surface of the Earth has a different horizontal and a different vertical.
A different horizontal. That's every position. Everywhere has a different horizontal, meaning not the same horizontal. Which, I mean, if you thought all horizontals were the same, well, you're not like Rumpus. Rumpus knows that they're all different, every one of them. It's, of course, proof of the dogmatic globe model. Because you thought horizontal was a straight line. How can it be? Rumpus has shown you here. Can't be a straight line. Because then you'd have horizontal and vertical that are not perpendicular to each other. And that's a law, right? That horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. So that shows that all horizontals have to be different and can't be planes, like Rumpus says, that are infinite. But, you can have both. Once you have the dilithianism axiom and just pop it in there, you can have both. You can have it both being both infinite and at a point. And you can choose whichever one you want. Dogmatic globe proof. Right here.
And that's why if the odd lights and things you can demonstrate the vertical's not parallel.
See, he said there you can demonstrate that verticals aren't parallel. That's good. Rumpus is confident that it is demonstratable because who's that? Oh, wait a minute. Jesse Kozlowski has done a Jesse Kozlowski. And who else is the other one? Oh, yeah, that guy that probably doesn't live in Maine. Jeff. He's gone as well. So who's going to demonstrate? Blue Marble Science? Did anybody say Blue Marble Science? I don't know if anybody else is out there. Let's go.
Two straight lines.
You can see here these verticals are not parallel.
If two straight lines be at right angles imagine to the same...
Just Barry, I would imagine so. Yeah, the Buster wants his music to be played. And, yeah, I can't see why not. I'll speak for Buster. But he's not here at the minute. Yes, please play Buster's music. Get it out there. It is amazing music. Please. Please do.
Plane, they shall be parallel to one another.
So what? What's that got to do with what I'm showing on screen?
If that plane is a horizontal plane and those right angles, perpendiculars to that plane, are parallel to each other, would they not be vertical?
No, hold on. What's vertical? Hold on. What are you talking about? This vertical here. So in other words, if I go and grab this thing here, this arrow here. Copy that again. Copy. Control-Shift-V.
It's a problem visualizing things in the mathematical realm for Rumpus. He needs to.
Are all
See, I don't know if anybody's checked. We have a thing. We have a geometry called imaginometry. And within imaginometry, one of the rules is that reality is Euclidean. So therefore, it doesn't need imagining. You can just do Euclidean geometry. So one of the rules of imaginometry is you should never draw it. You should keep it in your mind, because that way nobody can see that you're doing actual drawings of Euclidean. And that's the mistake that Rumpus is making here. He's not keeping his imaginometry within the people's imagination. They can actually visualize the contradictions. You can see them. And Rumpus now is having a problem when I'm pointing out the reality geometric statements that prove the contradictions that he's showing. This is the dogmatic globe model. And there's no way out of it. You have to stick to this. But the problem is, it literally does not comport with reality at all. It's dogmatic, 100%. There's not even a shred of reality involved in this, because you'd be able to prove it. And there's no proofs. Entirely dogmatic. Rumpus is now labelling... actually, this does look a little bit like Proposition 5. You might be able to see it if you've done any geometry with us and you've worked through Euclid, Book 1, Proposition 5. Have a look. This is what Rumpus is drawing here.
Perpendicular to this line here, and they're all vertical only with respect to the point B. Only with respect to point B. Point A has a different set of horizontal, as a different horizontal, and as a different vertical. Horizontal is dependent on your location. There's nothing incorrect mathematical about that. Horizontal is a function of your position. That's a mathematical statement without qualification. Horizontal, the angle of horizontal in absolute space is dependent on your position. A and B have different horizontals. They have different verticals.
Right. Where did you learn this, Rumpus?
Everybody who's got a basic understanding of geometry understands this.
No, they don't. I've checked with a lot of people. There's nobody that knows what Rumpus is talking about here. Nobody else has ever mentioned this. I've never seen anybody else want to label two horizontals that are both sloping, intersecting with each other, and then acting as though it's normal. That's not normal. Thank you very much, Mike. $20. Donation for the ridiculous dual-facing auto levels at Bedford test, since Rumpus will never do his Rumpus pole test there. Prove me wrong, Rumpus. I dare you. Shout out to Dirth. Hi to Paige. P.S. Betty will ruin Wally on Saturday. Yeah, he's doing the debate. I have heard that Betty is now debating Wally's ridiculous paradox. I don't know whether he's defending it as well. I've always said there are no such things as contradictions or paradoxes in reality. And yet, Betty is apparently going into a debate with Mike Jones, and he's going to be defending a paradox that Wally's given him to defend. Can you imagine that? I think it's like a boys' club where you put your friends in impossible predicaments and see how they do at getting out of it. Because this is a test for Betty, right? Go into a debate with Mike Jones and defend a paradox for Wally. A madman. Let a madman design a paradox for you to defend in a debate. It's genius. It's genius, and they're going to do it behind closed doors.
Why? I would love to hear that.
It does. It sounds amazing, doesn't it? That's why I think it's like a boys' club. It's like an exclusive. They're going to be selling these tickets, I think, in the back room somewhere. Betty and Wally. Like, somebody must have a big bet on it. like money or something. I don't know. But yeah. A paradox. Wally calls it Bev's rocket paradox. But, like, I haven't got a clue what it is. I don't know anything about the rockets. And I don't know what it's got to do with me. All I know is it's a simultaneously below each other. Now, if you look at this, just do it. If you look at this, what you see is the simultaneous below the horizontal. A is below B. B is below A. Rumpus has got it on the thing. I mean, it's not actually below. It's just below to the lines that he's drawn. The ones that he's labelled horizontal. Now, if you imagine those are actually horizontals, then A can be below B and B can be below A. This is the essence of Beddy defending his argument. The simultaneous below. All summed up within Proposition 5. A drawing similar to Proposition 5. But the problem is, where do you place your rumpus pole? Because once you bring Mick West into it, Mick West places his rumpus pole perpendicular.
To surface level, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But that's not what this is, right? Because those verticals are positioned more like Proposition 5. It's a different shape altogether. Okay.
95% of the population understands.
But this isn't a geometry problem, like you've just explained that all perpendiculars to the same plane will be parallel. That's a geometrical statement of fact. So the fundamental understanding we seem to have here, misunderstanding, is within the vertical and horizontal relationship. Or the understanding of what vertical and horizontal are. Now, we can only really describe them geometrically, Rumpus.
They're described, as I've said again, towards the centre of the Earth from a point on the surface is vertical. And perpendicular to that, which is also a tangent, is horizontal. Why you don't understand
perpendicular
that is just amazing.
Is straight lines,
Most flat
right?
earthers understand.
Do you want me to get you the definition of perpendicular?
I'm showing straight lines on here. But
what
don't you understand about the fact
what
that
you're doing, Rumpus? What you're doing is you're missing the fundamental
reality, geometry
statements.
You're just too stupid. No, either I can't work out whether you're social. I mean, this is just
perpendicular
scale, or whether you're deceitful.
Perpendicular and
Can
straight
you see
lines.
My horizontals? Can you see my horizontal and vertical perpendicular here? So here we have
I know
a B.
what that means, Rumpus. That's what we're saying.
So we've got a B. We have a vertical and we have a horizontal that are perpendicular to one another. At point A, we have a different pair.
Travel along the horizontal, Rumpus.
No, we're travelling along the surface of this sphere, which is curved.
So what is the horizontal used for, Rumpus?
Hold on. Do you understand that down is on the globe model, even if you don't accept it, that is going to the centre of the Earth? Do you understand that's what we define by down?
I know what down is. It's the bottom end of the vertical.
No. I'm asking
the
you
opposite end of the
model.
vertical. The big.
See what the Rumpus likes to do as well. Again. He doesn't want to talk about reality. You know, he doesn't want to relate these things to reality. He only wants to relate them to a model. Let's call it this the model affliction. And thank you very much, Mike Jones. He says it has to be behind closed doors. Blue refuses to live stream it, right? Betty didn't want to come here. I offered them the stage. So they could, take the stage and we could then live stream it. People could come in and watch it. But no, Betty's gone to Blue Marble Sciences and they're doing it where there's only two of them in a room. It's really weird. because this arena needs some conversation. It needs some debate. And this is a specific topic. This is a paradox. They're debating a paradox designed by the originator of the wolf pack. The founding member of the wolf pack has designed a paradox for the globe and handed it to Beddy to defend for him. Wally didn't even want to do it himself. Passed it on to Beddy. And it's based around this sort of thing. So Rumpus, what we're going over here is, this is Rumpus sort of laying the floor, right, for Wally's paradox that Beddy's going to defend. I think this Saturday. That you hold
hold on, listen.
perpendicle.
No, listen. No,
up.
I'm not asking about that.
The bit where
I'm not.
Well, thank you very much, RH. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Asking about
the plumb
that.
bob points.
I'm not asking
down.
about that. I'm not asking about that. Do you understand? Okay, but do you understand on our model, the plumb bob points
Your
to
model.
the centre of the Earth?
What's your model?
Yes, the globe model.
Show me
the
your,
everybody's
show
model.
me
Yes,
your
everybody's
model,
like
please,
yours.
Rumpus.
I would do it. I'm showing you here. So, do you understand?
I just deal in
A,
reality,
plumb
Rumpus.
bob,
I don't know models.
This
I
is
only know
reality.
reality.
This is reality. This is
Okay.
reality. This is showing you reality. And do you understand that in the globe model, which is reality, that plumb bobs point to the centre of the Earth? In other words, this arrow here.
See this one here, like this, just this bit here. One down from B. What you've actually got on the screen is you've got a vertical that says up and down, and it is actually horizontal. And then you've got a horizontal that's going up and down, actual up and down, that is vertical. So you've got a horizontal that is vertical and a vertical that is horizontal, at least labelled that way. That's where we're at. That's how we're living in. Now, it may surprise you that there aren't many globe defenders like Rumpus. There's there's a few of them, and it's a shame. It's a shame that Jesse Kozlowski did a Jesse Kozlowski, and the guy that probably doesn't live in Maine, Jeff. It's a shame that they're not around, because they probably would be able to. No, I don't think they would either. But they've left anyway, probably because that they don't want to have to explain it, because only people like Rumpus can even attempt to explain it, whilst condescending people for not understanding nonsense. Dogma. This is how you get given the dogma. If you wanted to know a lesson on what you have to do, the dogmatic stuff, let Rumpus tell you. This is how it'll drive it into you as well. This is how you get trained into doing this. Just going along with Rumpus.
Is pointing towards the centre of the Earth. So at point A, do you understand, even if you don't accept it, that down, in reality, on the globe model, let's just stick to the globe model to upset you, on the globe model, that down is towards the centre of the Earth, to this point here. Do you understand? Because you don't seem to understand.
On the dogmatic globe model, he should say, because the real globe, obviously, that's what people have in reality. They like, call them normal people. There's only the dogmatic globe people that, like Rumpus here, that go this far. This is ridiculous. This is obviously dogmatic.
Because you talk about
the only reference I have.
You don't understand Rumpus. What the globe model. I don't know whether you. I don't know whether you could be.
I might just be autistic, Rumpus. I might only be able to deal with reality.
That could be the case. That could be the case.
Can I just give you a second to relate this to reality, right? If I'm holding a plumb bob, right,
down is where the plumb bob points, right? And up would be the opposite direction to that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, away from the centre of the Earth on a radial, yeah.
Because that's how we measure the height differences along that vertical frame.
On the globe model, on the globe model, the plumb bob points to the centre. Do you understand that's the position we have? Because you've argued loads of straw
I know
against
how a
Jesse
plumb bob
and
works,
people,
Rumpus. That's it. Brilliant.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because you're not answering my
you.
question. Again, you're deflecting. Notice this, everybody. He's not answering the question. Notice that's what he's doing. And I suspect he's going to carry on doing it. But let's see how we get on. Do you understand on the globe
can we
model
get to your
that a
test,
plumb bob?
Rumpus?
See, notice. You see, here we go. You see how he's deflecting,
Who are
guys.
you talking
This is the
to,
behaviour
Rumpus?
that annoys them. See, you little wanker. You little wanker. Answer the.
See, like we've been going over. We went over the metabunk, guide to debunking, and these are definitely not the tactics that people should be using. These aren't good tactics from Rumpus to just call people names. I don't know. I don't know why the so-called globe people don't police themselves, right? Because this isn't going to really help anybody. This isn't how to sell a dogmatic globe model.
Goddamn question, you little wanker.
Rumpus,
do you understand on the globe model that a plumb bob, you see, he knows how deflecting, he's trying to avoid answering this question as much as he can. Do you understand on the globe model that a plumb bob points to the centre of the Earth?
I only know how it
works
works in reality.
I'm asking if you understand the R position. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking you to accept that that's what happens.
I understand that you are pretty anal
Do you
about
understand
a question.
That's our position? No, here we go. You see? Here we go. You see? Here again. You see he's deflecting, guys.
Like, I don't know. I get the impression that Rumpus is talking to an audience somewhere.
To a sea, I think. He was talking to a sea, if I am not mistaken.
It just sounds to me like he's talking to a group of people behind him. Like he's turning round. That everybody should be looking at this, right? As though he's trying to get the rest of the room that's with him part of it. I don't know. That's just the impression I get. But Rumpus is not really giving me much chance to answer. And to be quite honest, I can't imagine a plumb bob hanging horizontally. It's one of those things. Can't do it. Okay, that's why I keep saying to him, I can only do reality. If I grab hold of a plumb bob and hang it, it's vertical. I can't imagine myself on the side of a ball and that plumb bob going horizontally. But me imagining it's still vertical, that just doesn't make any sense to me. But Rumpus requires you to think this. This is how you place dogma into people. You bludgeon it into them. That's what Rumpus is. It's a bludgeoning tool for the globe, the dogmatic globe. And anybody within this arena that doesn't comply, i.e. the people that don't give a shit about what they're doing. I like the argument. And obviously Rumpus has no argument. There's nothing there with Rumpus.
You're turning round to everybody there, Rumpus.
See how he will not answer this question. Now this makes me think that at some level he does understand this is a problem for him. But I can't quite work out whether he's so stupid or he's trying to deceive you. But we'll try again. Do you understand on the globe model that a plumb bob points to the centre of the Earth? Do you understand that on the globe model?
I only know how they work in reality, Rumpus.
I'm asking you if you understand what our model is. And I'm asking you, do you understand that when we say
everybody
something
seems
is
to
vertical,
have a different
do you
model.
understand what we mean by that?
Do you want to
Do
explain
you understand
to me
what we mean by that?
Do you want to explain to me what your particular model is?
I'm explaining to you
everybody
that
has a different model that
in
they
our
keep
model,
talking about.
I'm
just talking about
you
reality.
to understand that in our model that a plumb bob points to center. Do you accept that that's what we propose?
When you say we, can I just get
the Globus? Stop deflecting, Bev.
That you're speaking for that 95% of people, was it? That
Correct.
You put yourself in?
Correct.
Okay. And you separated me. You separated me from that group. Again.
Stop deflecting. Stop deflecting. Answer the question.
Because I just want to talk about reality.
Wanker. You see, here you go. See this, guys? He will not answer this question because I think at some level he realizes this is a problem for him. But he's trying to sort of avoid this in his head. I don't quite understand whether he's too stupid or he's deliberately.
See, I can imagine Fight the Flat Earth like this. There's not really much difference. The anger issues that Fight the Flat Earth has, pretty similar to Rumpus and the way Rumpus is acting right now.
Yes, it's similar, but I would say that Fight the Flat Earth is making it physical, let's say, and Rumpus stays at verbal level, let's say.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't have said that about Fight the Flat Earth, would you? You wouldn't have said that Fight the Flat Earth. I thought it was a character, basically, Fight the Flat Earth. Obviously, because they're all characters within this arena. But now, knowing that he has actually committed an assault on somebody, grievous bodily harm, right, was done. Well, I could see Rumpus doing the same sort of thing. To me, there's no difference in the way they act. Because, like, you would have originally said that the Rumpus character was a character. But now, it's quite obvious. Fight the Flat Earth has anger issues. And you'd have to say similar about Rumpus. He's finding it hard to control himself. Because somebody's not agreeing with him. And not complying to his ridiculous idea of contradictions that he holds. Like, he believes the dogma. You should too. I think that's what's going on here anyway.
He's trying to deceive you. But I think even most of the people in this panel, I think Brian here, I think he understands what
Brian's not here.
To be vertical.
He disappeared when you came.
I think there's a chance that most of the people in this panel and anybody who watches this will recognize, even if they're a flat earther, that the globers say that vertical, the plumb bob going down, the vertical,
95% versus the 5%, is it?
And if you say something different,
how many of those people live in reality, Rumpus?
Which is what you do, you are not accepting our position, you're making a straw man. Our position is that plumb bobs point to the center of the earth. And do you accept that's our position?
Well, like I said, I told you my position.
No, I'm not interested in what you...
No, accept
I'm asking if you understand our position.
I only know how plumb bobs work in reality.
Stop deflecting, you wanker. Stop deflecting, you utter wanker. I'm asking if you understand our position.
Well,
our position.
Like, I don't understand who our is, who you're speaking for.
Do you understand that's our position?
I don't know who this group of people you're talking for is.
Do you understand that's the global position?
But can you talk about just yourself, right? Because this is
Do
about
you understand
that's
the global position? Do you understand that's the global position? Stop deflecting, you.
See, I don't like the idea that the way Rumpus is doing this as well. He's putting himself as the head of a group of an hour, but there is only Rumpus. It's part of the imaginometry. Right, the individual can imagine that they are the consensus. That's Rumpus.
And by the way, he demands from you that you should explain to him his own model.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
It's insanity, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Rumpus is one of the well, in fact, Rumpus, the insane one that you're listening to talking now, he's the guy that designed all of the globe mathematics, apparently. I mean, delusions of grandeur or what? But I mean, yeah. When you have an insane person imagining they are the top, they're set on the throne of globe, Rumpus. He did all of the mathematics. He's doing Bedford. He's got people. He's got 13 people that he's at his command. He can just snap his fingers. 13 people will be down at Bedford wanting to help Rumpus go into the history books. It's a pity he's insane, but well, he might still make it in the history books. You never know.
Wanker.
Rumpus, I
hope all
of these globers that you speak for aren't as nasty
all the
as you,
globers will agree with me. All the globers will agree with me.
All
Do
of
you
them.
understand that's our position? All of them. Do you understand that's our position?
Okay. Should we title
Do
this
you
one
understand that's our position?
A Glober Speaks
Do you understand
for
that's our position?
95% of the population?
Do you understand that's our position?
Well, I don't know. Do I have to be able to understand your position for you to carry on and tell us about
Well,
your
you have
test?
to understand what someone else is saying. Even if it's wrong, I understand what you're saying, what you said, what you believe. When you say you believe something, I say, okay, Bev believes this. Bev believes that level's horizontal. And I understand that. So I've understood what you've said. Now I'm asking if you've understood what the Glober position is. Do you understand that Globers believe that a plumb bob pointing downwards points to the center of the Earth? Do you understand that?
At 45 degrees. I'm struggling because I don't believe that people believe that plumb bobs can alter angle as you move. I don't believe people actually believe that, Rumpus.
Yeah, right, but do you understand that's our position, though? Do you understand that's what we
That's
believe?
your position. I probably understand that.
Yes!
You're...
I'm asking you if you understand our position. I'm not saying
I don't know.
saying it's right.
I don't know about all of the other people you're speaking for.
I'm asking you if you understand our position.
I'm
asking
Rumpus.
if you understand our position.
Rumpus.
I'm not asking you to agree with it.
Just speak
I'm
for you.
If you understand
Speak for you.
Do you understand our position?
Just speak for yourself, Rumpus.
Point to the center
Can
of
I
the
have a Can I have a list that is signed that people have agreed that you can speak for them?
No, you stop deflecting, you wanker.
Well, just speak for yourself then, Rumpus, please.
Stop deflecting, you utter wanker. Do you understand that the globe position has...
I'm pretty sure this isn't, you know, the usual tactics that most people have when you're discussing your test. And I'm hoping that when he talks to the news people and we bring the BBC in and the local newspapers, I really hope he doesn't talk like this to them. Because it would be awful, wouldn't it, for him to hear this sort of stuff.
And definitely he wouldn't say that this is our. I would say that he will say, this is me, only me. This is, I'm genius.
Yeah.
So this only me. But in a conversation with you, he is just saying that whole of the population. So he is appealing to majority or whatever. But he wants to have some backup, psychological backup.
Yeah.
But I don't know why.
I think we should have this playing while Rumpus is doing his test. Should be like a backing music for keeping anyone away from asking him what he's doing. Because, I mean, if he goes into and starts talking to like this, you know, to the general public, it's not going to go down very well, is it? He does need to improve his demeanor, let's say. He needs to...
PR.
Yeah, that's it, PR. He needs somebody... Add a 14th man. PR, Rumpus.
Plumb bobs pointing down towards the center of the Earth.
I expressed to you
quite
I'm not asking
easily
you to
before
accept it
what
at that point.
I
I'm
know
asking if you
as
understand that's
down
our position.
in reality, Rumpus.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking if you understand what globers believe.
Well, like you're speaking for an entire group of people, Rumpus, and I'm
Yes,
not so
and we
sure
all agree on
you
this.
are
We
priestly
all agree
enough
on
to be
this.
able to do that.
We all agree on this, and all the books,
Wow,
all the
all of
surveying
you
books,
agree.
any book on
Is that
geodetics believes
95%
this.
of the population
Every-
you've just said?
All of the books, all of them, from
Oh.
authorities believe this, state this, and because you've
What
never
about-
read a surveying book, you don't.
What about the
understand this.
dictionaries?
So here we go.
That don't mention relative to a
I'm
position.
asking you, stop deflecting, stop deflecting. Do you understand the glober's position is that plumb bobs point to the center of the earth?
Is there a specific glober's position on that in the dictionary for plumb bob?
The glober's position is that plumb bobs point to the center of the earth. Do you understand that's what they believe?
Is that where can you find us a definition? Because you did.
What do you reckon to that? The under vertical it says the glober's position. You'll find it. Rumpus definitely says it, and it'll say to the center. Apparently, for down. Oh, plumb bob. Vertical.
Maybe lately they added something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's about time they did. Maybe for the new science, for the blue marble science, the new one, we should have a vertical down that's different. They deserve it.
You did say that you have a definition of it. You said you had one for horizontal as well.
Let's not deflect. I'll go and get that in a second. Once you say you understand that that's our position.
I'm like I say, Rumpus, I'm not going to accept that you can speak for 95% of the population. You're a lying
Every single
shit.
glober you will encounter, every single glober that you will encounter will tell you that vertical down a plumb bob will point to the center of the earth. Try asking them. Go and find any glober and ask them that question. Do they believe plumb bobs point downwards towards the center of the earth?
I have.
And you will get a yes from every single one of them.
You have to lead them with a question. So all of the globers, if you lead them with a question, they will all answer like Rumpus requires them to answer. It's a lofty position Rumpus is placing himself in here. So if you are hate watching, learn from Rumpus. He's your new top guy.
Who's giving you a non-silly answer to try and annoy you.
Okay.
Every honest answer you will gain will tell you they will say yes. And the fact that you don't
Can we
believe,
carry on with your
this,
test now, then, please?
Well, no, because you. I'm not going to let you get away with
what
this
you're
until you
proving?
understand.
Isn't this
until
what
you
you're
understand
proving?
that the globe
Rumpus?
position. No,
Isn't
I'm
this
not
what you're
not gonna
going
let you
to
deflect from
prove?
this.
Oh, it's just
None silly answer to try and annoy you.
Okay.
Every honest answer you will gain will tell you they will say yes. And the fact that you don't.
Can we
believe,
carry on with your
understand this,
test now, then, please?
Well, no, because you. I'm not going to let you get away
this
with
what
this
you're
until you
proving?
understand.
Isn't this
until
what
you
you're
understand
proving?
that the globe
Rumpus?
position. No,
Isn't
I'm
this
not,
what you're
not gonna
going
let you
to
deflect from
prove?
this. I'm not going to let you deflect from this until you understand what you're arguing against. Was no point in proceeding. The globe position.
Again?
No,
Isn't
I'm
this
not-
what
stop-
you're
not gonna
going
let you
to
deflect from
prove?
this. I'm not going to let you deflect from this until you understand what you're arguing against. Was no point in proceeding. The globe position.
what's going on here. Come on. I don't know what's going on here. Something up with YouTube. Is it just gone a bit weird? Well, it just keeps going back to that same spot.
That point there. In fact, let's give it. That's what a tangent is, you utter moron.
You don't seem to understand.
You don't understand what a tangent. You don't understand what a tangent
you don't
is, do you?
understand
At the point,
the fundamentals of geometry.
At a tangent, if I made that infinitely thin, at that point, the gradient of the curve and the tangent would be identical. And what we've done here is what you said earlier, but once you've got a line, you can extend that line. There's no problem. There's absolutely no conceptual problem in saying this is the line that represents, which is a tangent, to that point. So I've just extended it. So there's no issue about extending it, as you asked in your question, at all. All I've done is demonstrate here's a tangent. And the fact you don't understand that, or you're questioning this and you think this is a problem, means you don't understand what a tangent is. Anyway, so now I've answered your question. Let's go back. Do you understand that in the globe model, that the globers believe that down a plumb bob points to the center of the earth? Even if you don't agree with that, what plumb bobs do, that is our position. Do you understand?
I know you've just
position?
glossed over that in your head, right? But I think everybody's of the understanding that you don't know what the basics of geometry or understand what a point is.
Well, it's obvious to anybody who does. Anybody who saw what I just did will agree with me, who knows anything about geometry. So you're just wrong.
A point can't be a line, and a line can't be both straight and curved at the same point, because that's utter
That's what a tangent
gibberish.
line is, you moron. A tangent line meets at a point, but it has length. It is a line. You don't understand what a tangent is, do you moron? So anyway, we've dealt with that. So do you understand that the globe model says that plumb bobs point to the center of the earth? Do you understand that that is our position, even if you believe it doesn't? The plumb bobs don't do that. Do you understand that is our position?
I understand that you're speaking for a lot of people at the minute. I do.
Okay,
I get that.
the people that I'm speaking for. Okay, for the people I'm speaking for, do you accept that's our position?
I accept that you're speaking for a lot of people at the minute.
Okay, and do you accept what we're saying, which is that we believe...
I don't accept that you are speaking for them, and I'm not going to agree to something that you're speaking for a group of people that haven't confirmed that you've got the ability to speak for them.
Well, if you look up any...
You've given yourself that power, Rumpus. You've sort of making yourself a priest of the globe at the minute, and you are speaking for your globe subjects at the minute, and that you are all speaking from the same hymn book. You're all
so if I go and get a surveying book
from the same.
So if I go and get a surveying book, then that shows the same thing, will you accept that?
No, we're just doing basic geometry, right, Rumpus? And
now hold on, now you're dodging again. You see, you don't like that now, do you? So if I go and get a reference from a surveying book, will you accept that that is the position?
We want to get your test on the go.
There, you see, you're deflecting again. You see, you're being a wanker. See, everybody? You see there? You see, this is what makes me think at some level he's not comfortable with his position.
Who are you talking
see, immediately I suggested that I can speak for the global community by referencing a surveying
you've got
textbook.
like a big group of people there.
His response was, let's go and talk about something else. So this is why everybody believes that Bev is a complete wanker, because he doesn't
Everybody,
engage
again, you're speaking for a lot of people again.
Just get on with talking about the test, please.
Is the consensus. He immediately tried to deflect onto another subject. And this is what makes him a debating wanker. An utter wanker.
Are you speaking for 95% of the population again, Rumpus?
Yeah, and I'm speaking on behalf of surveying textbooks as well. And I noticed immediately I brought that up.
You're not speaking on behalf of surveyors, are you?
Because you don't like surveying textbooks, do you?
You're not speaking. Please don't speak for surveyors, Rumpus.
I'm speaking for surveyors.
Please
I'm speaking
don't.
for surveyors because the surveying textbooks. I'm speaking on behalf of the surveying textbooks, and surveyors follow the surveying.
Well, I'm going to speak on behalf of surveyors and say Rumpus doesn't actually mean this. He's not actually.
So you're contradicting the surveying textbooks, then, aren't you? You're contradicting surveying textbooks, all of them. You are now contradicting all of the surveying textbooks.
I know that surveyors use horizontal planes as a daily part of everything they do.
We know that. We do that. There's approximations. Yes, we know that, but you're still contradicting surveying textbooks. Let's go and get surveying textbooks, shall we? Because you seem to. We want to demonstrate you are contradicting them. Let's do that.
Oh, mate, I've been waiting half hour for this test. What's this test, and can anyone turn up and join in?
Well, the trouble is, I'm having a problem. I don't know what you're like, but I'm having a problem with Bev, who is deliberately deflecting from some simple questions.
We're trying to get to the test. He asked about the test.
No, you're not. I know you are, but in the process of you're doing is to deflect from simple questions.
No, it sounds like you're deflecting about talking about your test, Rumpus.
No, here we go. You see deflecting again, aren't you?
You should want to talk about your test, Rumpus.
I do, but
I'll talk to you about our test after you've explained yours, right? Just do the test, Rumpus.
Let me just get this surveying. Let me just go. Hold on, I want to go and get this surveying text.
Oh, mate. It's got half hour now.
Yes, well, unfortunately, Bev, because he doesn't engage honestly, and I have to pin him down and ask him the same question 20 times before he'll answer, or he'll not answer at all. This is why it's unproductive to talk to Bev. He's not interested in having.
Don't talk to me then. Talk to everybody else about your test, please. Please.
Yes, okay. I will. Yes, I might do that actually. But first of all, I do want to show this this textbook to show that I'm speaking on behalf of surveyors.
Okay, now please stop talking to me, Rumpus, because you've had enough of it. Talk to everybody else in the room, please.
Okay, I will talk to them now. First of all, I'm going to talk to them about the contents of let me just give me a second. Give me a moment.
Oh boy. Morning, Bev.
Here we go.
Morning.
Right, guys.
Just doing a brew.
Right. Okay, let me just change my screen here.
Hey guys, I was just saying good morning.
Right, I should be sharing. Yes, here we go. Right, so here is a surveying textbook, 6th edition, a standard text for surveyors that learn surveying. And let's go and have a look at what they say about this, what constitutes down, which Bev was claiming I did not represent the people or the authorities about it. So let's go and do that, shall we? So we can show that, in fact, I am entirely speaking for the world, and
the
Bev
book.
is not.
For the book
Bev is
that you're referencing. That's what you're speaking for, isn't it?
Say again, I didn't hear that. Right, here we go.
You're
here
speaking on behalf of the book. That's what you're speaking on behalf of.
Yeah.
Not the people.
Yeah. Well, surveyors. This is what people who do surveying. This is what.
This is how you get dogma.
So here we go. Oh, what the hell's going on here? Right. So here we have a diagram. Let me just make it a bit bigger. What's going on here? Right. So this is a standard surveying. What the bloody hell? Standard surveying book. This is what people use to learn about surveying and become surveyors, become chartered
Rumpus,
surveyors.
we have conversations with actual surveyors here. Most of the people in here have already done that.
You haven't learned anything. You claimed that I was not speaking on them, and you therefore didn't understand what they were saying, because they would be saying exactly the same thing.
We've talked to surveyors.
Well, yeah, you haven't understood them. You haven't understood. You may have.
Okay, so you're now speaking for the surveyors that we've already talked to.
Correct.
So I was just pointing out that I hope you don't want to do that, because they've already talked to us. They can talk for themselves.
So in which case you've misunderstood them, or you've spoken to someone who's not a proper surveyor.
See, this is what I don't like. Rumpus speaking on behalf of surveyors. They're professionals, and Rumpus hasn't got a clue what they do. Yet he's still willing to be able to talk for them to us. When we know, well, we know better, right? We know that Rumpus doesn't know anything about surveying. But what about other people that Rumpus is talking to? Will they be sure that Rumpus doesn't know anything about surveyors when Rumpus starts speaking for surveyors? That's how you hand on paralogisms. That's how you make these shadow giants. You get people like Rumpus speaking as though he is an authority on things that he has no clue on. He's literally not an authority on surveying, yet he's speaking for surveyors. That's why he doesn't deserve to be able to do the reciprocal auto levels. We will, like Mike said, thank you very much earlier for the donation. We will be going back to Bedford to do this, because Rumpus doesn't need to be speaking for surveyors. We'll do it. I'll go and get another auto level. I'll talk to the surveyors. We'll let you know what they say about putting a camera on an auto level and looking over 6 miles with it. I'll tell them that's what we're doing it for. That's why I need the auto level. I will do that for everybody, just to let everybody know that surveyors don't do that sort of thing. I'll be speaking for surveyors, but by letting you know, it's not something that surveyors do. Rumpus is just making shit up. One more clarifier. Rumpus, we are not saying this about surveyors that Rumpus says we are. Okay. Carry on. Okay, talk about what you want to talk about. Don't talk about us. Please.
Okay, I'm not going to talk about you. So here we have a book, a standard textbook. It's many hundreds of pages long. It's the 6th edition. It's written by I think some bigwig in the surveying, chartered surveying authorities, British book, and accepted text. This is what
it's wrote by some bigwig. Well, there you go. If Rumpus says it's wrote by some bigwig in the surveying business, then he doesn't want you to look through it yourself. He just doesn't.
People will be reading, if they wish to become surveyors, they have to understand things like this diagram here. This is the standard text, standard. This is what Jesse Kozlowski and anybody else who interact with chartered surveyors will have to understand. And here we have the direction of gravity. And as you can see, it's not parallel. And also it describes what level means. Level is curved. And there's horizontal. There at the top is horizontal line through C. So that's exactly what I was describing that Bev said was a problem for some reason. There's a tangent at C. And that's the horizontal line. That's what
That's Alberuni. And if you come into the Discord, I'll let you know about Alberuni. Everybody in here already knows Rumpus. Nobody really wants to talk about it. It's awkward, the conversations, when you realise you don't actually know anything about what's going on, which is Rumpus at the moment.
Auto level will show you, but level, and here we've got 2 levels. We've got level A, and level B. These are 2 levels. They are curved. They are not horizontal. That's horizontal. And notice how vertical, the direction of gravity, is towards the center of the Earth here, and they are not parallel. And that means because, as you can see here with this little right angle, horizontal for that thing is going to be perpendicular to that point, and therefore the horizontal at A and A dash is different. The vertical at A and A dash is different. Vertical, the plumb bob will point down to the center of the Earth, as I said, and therefore upward.
If you haven't noticed, this is dogma. And this is how dogma goes in. If you're like me, like anybody else listening, you've blanked Rumpus out now. He's not saying anything. It's just blah, 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 blah. That's all you can hear. Nobody's actually taken anything in that Rumpus says because it's meaningless, it's nonsense. That's why he's talking the way he has to in order to deliver dogma.
Is along a radial going away from the centre of the Earth. This is the standard position of all surveying authorities, all globers. This is what we all understand. Bev doesn't understand this. Bev doesn't have a surveying book, because if he did, he would also be able to look at such a thing and see it.
It's known that plane surveyors just literally don't do that. Not at all. They don't think what Rumpus has just said. They literally don't.
A diagram and see that he's being contradicted by the very text that he supposedly believes in, because he believes in surveyors presumably doing a proper job. And so there we have it. We have the textbook definition of down, horizontal, and level, and it completely contradicts what Bev said. There we go. So I'm speaking for them. I'm speaking on behalf of Globers. I'm speaking on behalf of all the surveying institutions around the world. There we go.
Amazing.
Now can we do your test and show us how you're going to measure that difference, please?
Right. In fact, this diagram is absolutely relevant. Actually, this diagram is absolutely relevant to what I'm doing.
Have you not done one for your test? So we can see what you're doing on your test.
When you want to see a diagram.
See, now Rumpus, he's coming over. This is, I mean, admittedly, it was a year ago, but I mean, he has had the footage for over a year and a half. And this is about Rumpus to do his test, and, you know, he's got video footage, and he's asked for a diagram. And what do you reckon?
Yeah, I want to see what you're doing for your test, the procedure, the method that you are using when you do your test.
Yes, I'll effectively be doing what this diagram shows. I tell you what, I'll actually grab this diagram.
You're doing it at Bedford.
So,
there's no big hills there like that in Bedford. You have been there, right?
Yeah.
Right, so there's no big hill, so you can't use that diagram.
I can use this diagram. So I'm going to use this diagram.
Wow. Like I say, I'll ask you again. Do you not have anything for your test, Rumpus?
I do, but I'm going to use this diagram. I'm going to use this diagram.
Why can we not see something to do with your test, please?
Because this is what I'm basing my test on, this diagram. What did
I don't think you're doing a test, are you, Rumpus? Have you got anything?
Yeah, I am. Oh, I am.
Have you actually been to Bedford, Rumpus?
I've been there about 6 times with about 7 people and installed some things.
What pictures? Have you got any pictures of that? Then we can see what equipment you have.
I have lots of pictures and videos, but the fact that you've just questioned whether I've been there, I'm not going to bother to show you those.
That's convenient. Have you got any pictures?
Right, so the fact that you ask him whether he's got any pictures, he's stubborn enough to not show you any. Of course, he's definitely got them, but he's not going to show you them because you asked him. It's a shame Rumpus still hasn't put his videos out yet, or had the conversation with Essie and Asken and Mobius, and put his videos out and actually done his test. All we've got is a picture of Rumpus by a pole. That's it. He didn't even take it. That was Farmer's Boy while he was taking photographs of sheep.
Pictures of the actual method that you're going to be using.
I do.
Okay, can we see those, please?
Go through it with no, I'm going to do it with this diagram from an engineering, because it's effectively the same thing. So here we have. I'm going to use this diagram, although mine I actually prefer mine, but I'm going to use this diagram from an engineering book because then you can see that I'm using it.
You haven't got a diagram of your own, have you, Rumpus?
Oh, I have.
You've never actually been to Bedford,
I
have you,
want to use
Rumpus?
this
Have you got
because
any
I want
pictures
to
to
show you
us?
that I'm completely in agreement with.
You
this
want to show
engineering
us that you've
survey.
been there and you've actually doing a test by not showing us a fucking single thing.
Correct. 'Cause I want to
Brilliant.
show you, yes.
That sounds like
So,
you. Are you speaking on behalf of the? That is totally globe for Rumpus to say that. That what he was talking of is only globe. Another proof of the dogmatic globe. He's got nothing. Proof of the dogmatic globe. He doesn't have to show you it because he can't show you it. It's dogmatic. It's all just imagined. Coming in the future. 95% of the population again.
Yes.
Right.
So.
And don't forget, he is talking for 95% of the population, meaning nobody's got a clue about any of this. Not even the person that's meant to be designing a test called the RECT test. This is Rumpus. He's designed a test that he can't show you any pictures of. He can't explain it. He can't talk about it. He can't even explain the method that he's talking about it. And he's speaking for 95% of the people. Probably more like 99.999% of people. The people that can actually talk about this, which is no one. No one knows anything about any of this. Nobody even knows what a proof is. Never mind a proof of globe. Never even mind knowing that there is no proof of globe. Because I reckon most of the people out there would imagine that there might be a proof. Right? There's a lot of talk about globe and the dogmatic globe. But how many of those people do you reckon are aware that there is no proof of globe? It just has to be taken on dogma. Shadow giants.
Here we have what we're doing, and I effectively have the point C here is effectively the observation point on Welney Bridge.
Well, Rumpus, sorry mate, will you show us the pictures and not Bev?
No.
Oh,
I'm afraid
just thought that was one of the silly games you might play. Like, where's your test? Where are the drawings and explanations about what your test is, please?
I will be putting up a video on YouTube very shortly about doing just that.
Very shortly.
But I thought I'd go through with you using. I will be putting up some video.
You heard it here. Rumpus will be putting up a video very soon. So you just wait. It'll be coming very soon.
Very shortly.
Very shortly.
So you're making this test up literally right now while we speak? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm going to show you. I think it's useful for me to use the engineering, the surveying drawing diagram, so that you understand that I'm agreeing.
The engineering drawing diagram.
Yes. I said engineering surveying. This book is called Engineering Surveying. So I'm going to use this diagram because it's from the book, and so therefore.
Is that diagram in the first issue?
So therefore, you can't claim that I'm somehow in contradiction to it.
He's going to use a diagram from a book just because it's from a book to explain how it's over a year old, Eric. Does it? So 1 year ago. So I mean, I don't know what that is. A year and plus some. Don't know. We left it for a year. Left Rumpus to do this because I mean I don't know. We were really, really hoping, like trying to get Ranty up a hill with the auto level. We were really hoping that Rumpus was going to do this, because this is groundbreaking shit. But to get somebody to imagine such fantasies and delusions of grandeur, we were really hoping that Rumpus would do it. Because it'd be brilliant watching all of the other Globers having to bow down to Rumpus, proving the globe. But alas, I don't think it's going to happen. So we're going to go there and reciprocate the auto levels. We'll show you how to do it properly. How to prove the dogmatic globe. The engineering project that this thing depicts.
Doesn't matter. So we've got this is
it's like a pretty big hill. It takes up about an eighth of the circle that it's on top of. I mean, you sure that's right?
This is a text. This is an engineering surveying.
Looks like a big engineering project, that, Rumpus.
Bev has never read an engineering surveying book, unfortunately. So anyway, here's the principle.
I've looked at that, and that looks fucking ridiculous, Rumpus.
So here we have, on my situation, point C. So I'm going to draw on this. This is where effectively that we have. I'll go and get my. This is the observation point. There. So it's point C.
To be honest, I've gone quiet because I'm watching his picture drawing here. He's got to relate that mountain somehow to Welney Bridge at Bedford. And that, the one mountain, it's the Alberuni mountain, is going to become Welney Bridge. I'm keen to know. And that's why I'm quiet at the minute. I'm wanting to see what happens where he draws a canal on this picture. You're doing this on the fly, Rumpus. Just show us what you've got prepared for your test. Just give us a quick glimpse of it. Just give us one picture, then we can know what it is we're looking at for your particular method, Rumpus. Like, I've got this camera here. I've got this auto level here. I've got this theodolite here. I've got a stick over there. I've got another stick over there. I'm going to be looking at the sticks from here to there. Have you not even done that?
Yes, I have. But I'm going to use
this. Can we see that drawing, please?
No, you can't.
Oh.
You will be able to see it in a few days, possibly a week's time. But at the moment, I'm going to.
Oh, a few days or possibly a week. That's really close. Lucky for us.
Use this diagram from an engineering textbook because then you will understand that I'm in agreement with an engineering textbook.
You're a farce, Rumpus.
If I present you with a diagram, you're going to say, well, what you did earlier.
I'm going to say you're full of shit, Rumpus, like I always have. It's obvious you are full of shit.
I've exposed you as a wanker. I've exposed your deflections, and you don't like the fact that I'm using an engineering surveying diagram. You don't like that fact because it exposes the fact you're contradicting surveying textbooks. I'm going to continue with this and show what I'm doing. So here we have an observer at sea with an auto level, and they're generating this horizontal line with
at sea with an auto level. Did you just say?
I did just say that.
Up in the air.
No, at sea.
Therefore, the drop.
Oh,
at the same height as a mountain.
Yeah.
You're going to have like breathing apparatus now.
So
big ladder.
Then we are going to measure. this thing here. That drop there at several points.
Do you have a name for this specific surveying procedure where people go up big ladders?
My test is called RECT, the Rumpus Earth Curvature Test. You'll be hearing a lot more about that very soon.
Right, and that involves erecting big things that you can stand on and put an auto level at height.
The auto level is on the bridge. I didn't write that here. This is the observer at Welney Bridge, if you like.
Welney Bridge? So that's in the middle, Rumpus. Welney Bridge is in the middle, isn't it? Welney Bridge is in the middle, right, Rumpus?
Middle of what?
In the middle of the Bedford Canal.
Yes, so.
Right, so that's in the middle at the 3 mile mark is Welney Bridge. Where are you putting that?
3 mile mark. I'll say it again. I'm putting an auto level on Welney Bridge. I mean, how many more times do I have to say this?
And that's the midpoint. I'm just letting everybody know that Welney Bridge is the midpoint.
Doesn't matter. We're only measuring from one. We're going.
I'm just trying to let everybody know, right? Yeah.
It's irrelevant. It's not a relevant point because with that is the.
It is a relevant point because if you're doing a 6 mile test and you're telling everybody you are putting the observer in the middle, then you're only actually citing 3 miles, Rumpus.
I didn't say I'm going in the middle. You said that. I never ever said that.
You said Welney Bridge.
You said. Yes, I did, but I'm
right
not
now. Is Welney Bridge in the middle?
It's not the middle of my sighting. It's one end of my sighting. You utter wanker.
But Welney Bridge is in the middle of the Bedford Canal.
Who cares? It could go on for 27 miles in the other direction. I'm only going from the bridge to in one direction. You twat.
Okay. So Rumpus, we know now. He's not basing this curvature over the entire length of the water level. He's starting in the middle of the water level and just doing on top of the bridge. It's got nothing to do with the water level or the position in the water level or anything to do with that. We're just talking about an auto level on top of a bridge. This is the first point about Rumpus's test after how long have we been going? Quite a long time. Rumpus has began talking about his test. Thank you. Takes a while. Like I say, all of that earlier stuff's a bit of floor play. See, if anybody's else is talking to Rumpus, please try and get him into talking about what he's doing with his test. He needs to promote it. This is going to be big. Big news. Okay, so you're only doing 3 miles then, okay? Brilliant. We've just halved the test distance.
I've got a question.
You stupid moronic twat. Jesus Christ. So I'll say it again.
But Rumpus, can I ask you, did you what's at C point? What was that again? Because it looks like it's in the air.
Yeah, I've put it at the raised position. So A is I'm saying is the water level. So I'm going to say here's the base of the canal. Here's the water level of the canal. Water level.
The base of the canal.
The water level of the canal, as I'm writing here, moron.
Is that the base or is that
the water level of the canal?
Right.
And I'm at C.
What is A?
Try again. A is the water level of the canal, as I've written there, and C is the observer with the auto level height at Welney Bridge. How many times do I have to repeat this? You utter moron.
Wow, there's no need for
that.
Observer at water level.
I'm just literally asking you to explain the letters because my eyesight isn't very good. And now you're calling me a moron.
You are a moron. And I explained to you several times that A is the water level of the canal.
Oh, thanks.
So
thank you.
Good, right, good, excellent.
I'll keep quiet now. You carry on, mate.
Yeah, good. So here we have the water level of the canal.
So Rumpus is very, very rude. But I mean, I think everybody knows that, right? Within this arena, there seems to be an acceptable amount of nastiness that people can just hand over. It's not needed, but it's acceptable. And it's not just Rumpus. This sort of stuff goes on throughout this arena. Not just Rumpus, mind you. Rumpus is an example of this, though.
Now is A. So let me perhaps help you out by make it blue, so you sort of get a vague grip of what's going on. So if I put that in there, like that, blue, and just want to go back, so you can think of it like this if you like. Just make that a little bit.
Hey, at least Rumpus is not cursing when he's talking to himself. That's nice.
Right. So there we go. So that I haven't quite got that right. Let me just do that a bit better. So my diagram is much better, but I'm doing it on this diagram just to make sure you understand how I'm completely agreeing with the engineering survey diagram. So here we go.
He hasn't got
so
any
there we
drawings
have
of
the
his
water
own.
level of the canal.
That's why.
That's A on there, but we've overwritten that. Let's put that back in again.
I hope he's watching as well.
Right, so there's A, the water level of the canal, and there's C, we're on top of Welney Bridge, and we're using an auto level to generate this horizontal line that goes through C, the height of the observer on the bridge. And the water bends away like this. And what we're going to do by these poles we're raising is we're going to measure the size of these things here. We'll call that D, E, and F. Whoops. And so by raising the poles up and down at the points along this, so there's a distance here of about 8 kilometers, or 10 kilometers actually, along this point here. So I'll draw that.
10 kilometers. Oh my fuck.
So here we go. So that distance there is 10 kilometers from one end to the other. And we are going to be measuring the drop that occurs.
You see me posting pictures. I mean, this is when we went ages ago.
With the horizontal.
Oh no, this is when I went originally, isn't it?
Of drop, and we'll be showing you there's about a 20-foot drop, and we'll be able to show you. Actually, we'll be doing this live streaming it, and you'll actually see people raising these poles, and you'll see the same thing being shot from the bridge simultaneously, and then we'll see through the auto level the target meeting the horizontal, and then you'll be able to see that we've had to raise the post up 20 odd feet for the target to match the auto level position, and show you that actually it's 30 feet because the bridge is, as you can see in this diagram even, is above the water level, so we have to allow for the fact we're on a bank and we're starting off below. Nonetheless, we'll be able to show you there is a drop of about 20 feet odd.
So you're doing your observations from the bridge.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not like Robotham then, right? Because you're using sticks on bridges.
Yes, it's not Robotham measured the bulge. I'm measuring drop.
Okay, so
I'm doing what Jordan did.
What are you using the bridge?
Did he say Robotham?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not like Robotham then, right? Because you're using sticks on bridges.
Yes, it's not Robotham measured the bulge. I'm measuring drop.
Did Robotham measure the bulge? Give him the calculations for the bulge. Rumpus saying he's using different maths. But it's still the same, isn't it? Pythagorean. Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm doing what Jordan did.
What are you using the bridge?
He said he's doing what George did. That's it?
Yes, it's not Robotham measured the bulge. I'm measuring drop.
Okay, so
I'm doing what Jordan did.
What are you using?
What George did? Rumpus is doing what George did.
The bridges for then? Why at this canal? Like, why are you doing it there?
Because it's a straight. I can see through the auto level and through a camera. I can see all the posts in a line and line them up with the auto level's graticule.
Yeah.
You can line them all up in the auto level when you're over the bridge. I don't think his poles are all going to be on the water, are they? Don't know what he means by lining them all up. They would be down here, would they? On that. Or maybe, I don't know. We'll have to wait until Rumpus's videos come out.
you know that bit that
wow,
that Cats sent us to at the side of the beach. That's a longer, straighter bit, and you can see what you're doing.
I didn't. You broke up at the start of that sentence. I didn't hear what you said.
You know the bit that Cats sent us to, the Velvet Trail car park at Southport Beach. Well,
oh, the bit that guy took the picture of Blackpool from.
Well, not on top of the dune. No. The seafront there, on the beach, right where the water comes to. Right, that bit there is a lot straighter and it's a lot more visible. You'd be much better there. You wouldn't need to go on bridges. I mean, I take it you've got a permit, right, to hold your sticks up on the bridges.
It's a public bridleway.
Okay, so but big sticks at the side of bridges, and your test has come down in size, right? Because initially you were proposing the 6 mile test, weren't you? The full length of the canal.
Well, 10 kilometres is 6 miles.
Okay, but you had your observer at Welney Bridge.
Yes.
Well, that's in the middle.
Hey, Bev.
It's not. There's a 10 kilometre run beyond Welney
Hey,
Bridge.
guys. Good evening.
No.
Watching
it goes
a video.
3 miles one way and 3 miles the other way. The Welney Bridge is the midpoint.
No, it doesn't do that. You're wrong.
Oh, have you been there?
About 8 times.
Okay. Did you always go to Welney Bridge?
Yes.
Right. So, and which direction did you face? You know, like you see in the live chat there, that's Welney Bridge looking at the sluice gate.
Yes.
Right. Which direction are you facing that way? Is that the direction that your test is going?
That looks a bit different, I must admit. Yes, I think that can.
It will look different because we were there way before you. Like, now, where are your sticks that you're holding up? Where are they going to be?
I'm not prepared to tell you.
Are they're in that direction though, are they? 6 miles?
They might be, but they might not be.
Okay. I'm not going to go there and steal them, Rumpus. Don't worry about it. I'm just on about the test. When you...
Is he being a bit coy about his test? I mean, this is Rumpus, and it is historic what he's doing. This new method, it's new. It's not what Wallace did. He said it's different. New mathematics, completely new. Why is he being so coy? Why has he not put any videos out letting everybody know what he's doing? I wonder if he's embarrassed. I wonder if Rumpus has found some information that he's not able to give out. What if it's top secret? What if he's been sworn to secrecy?
You're going to be positioned on Welney Bridge, looking down that canal, right?
I will on Welney Bridge, I'm prepared to tell you.
Okay. Looking down the canal, though, and then at some points down that canal, you've got... Yeah, one way or the other. I thought you said that was the end, so you had to look at which is the direction that's 6 miles, obviously.
You're breaking up. I can barely hear you.
That sounds like you're breaking up to me, but let me jump out.
Okay, perhaps I'm...
Welcome, George.
Hello there, Montreal. It's been a while.
Good to hear you back.
Yep, glad to hear you.
Well, not really.
What do you mean? It's not good to hear you. Of course it is. Last time we heard you, we chatted on Brandon's. You disappeared after that.
Well, there's been a lot going on in my life since then.
Not because of the chat that we had on Brandon's, I hope. I hope you've not got yourself into trouble.
No, I had a devastating house fire. I lost the house a while back.
Which house?
The house I lived in.
I thought you had a few houses, didn't you?
I said the house that I lived in.
Okay. So did you just move to one of your other houses?
No, the other houses are in other states. House in Colorado I'm selling at the moment.
Okay. So which one was it then? Not Rainy Lake?
Yes.
Oh.
Rainy Lake house where I live. Lived.
Is that where you did all your
Yes.
data and everything?
Yes. Yeah, I lost all my surveying equipment. The lights and everything are just a pile of glass and melting slag.
You had insurance?
Did you hear that? He lost all of his surveying equipment. It was just a pile of glass and molten. But he did say he was going to bring it down for Rumpus. He said that some of them weren't too bad. But that's not the impression he gave just there. He was like, that's where I think Judge was getting a little bit forgetful. I should have had somebody looking out for him.
I hope, George.
No.
We tried.
No. Well, you
They
didn't
kept
use all of your
the insurance
reflection
companies.
stuff.
Insurance companies kept canceling me out because I had 2 fireplaces. And the irony of it all is that fire had nothing to do with the fireplaces.
Of course. Wow.
Yeah, shit happens.
Oh, that's sad to hear. Yeah, sad to hear.
Yeah, you're telling me. I miss my stereo system. Lost everything. Oh well. So what do you want to know?
Well, Rumpus, we were wondering, what's the skinny on Rumpus's test?
Oh, basically what he's doing is what I did several years ago, where you set up a number of targets. He's setting up 2 targets, one at about 3 miles and one out at 5 miles, and you view them through an auto level and adjust their height until they're at the excuse me, my voice is not really good right now. You adjust the height. You have someone viewing the auto level and in communication with you, and you adjust the heights up and down until the targets are centered on the crosshairs of the auto level. And then when you're got that established, you measure the drop distances down from the center of the targets down to the surface of the canal water to see if there's any drop.
There you go. You measure the drop to see if there's any drop. I don't know why Rumpus took so long to do that, but George, who's just burnt his house down, seemed to explain it very easily. I don't know why Rumpus made such a big deal out of it. Strange, isn't it? It's almost as if Rumpus hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. George is the one that's happy with this. It may be that Rumpus is just sort of living on George's memory. And now that George is gone, Rumpus hasn't got a clue what he's meant to be doing.
Did you say it's 5 miles?
Yeah, his last target is at 5 miles, and he has a middle target, I believe, at right around 3 miles.
5 miles and 3 miles. It is different from what Rumpus said. But, hey, they're only small. It's only a mile, isn't it? It's only like a sixth difference.
And he's going to sight with the auto level at each of those distances?
Yes, what you do is you look through the auto level, and you.
I just have to point out, this isn't planar surveying use of an auto level. This is Blue Marble scientific use beyond meta surveying with the Blue Marble scientists, of which Rumpus and George are the leading guys in. So if you do talk to surveyors, just be aware that you'll be talking to a local surveyor, probably a planar surveyor, and or a geodetic surveyor, same thing. They won't be aware of this meta surveying methods that George is using. Be aware of that.
You have someone adjust the target heights so that the center of the targets line up with the crosshairs of the auto level. That's basically what I did a few years ago on the frozen ice of Rainy Lake. But he's doing it over unfrozen water, canal water.
He's not doing it over the water, is he?
Yeah. The targets are mounted on the shore bank, the bank of the canal. And then you measure down from the targets to the surface of the canal water.
Have you been there? Have you seen it?
No, I've seen his videos. He's taken quite a few.
See, George has seen his videos.
Videos from camera and from drones showing me what he's doing
as well.
Say what?
Drones as well. He wouldn't show us anything.
Well, no, he's just getting things set up right now. I've been helping him out with some of the engineering issues regarding the problems that he's encountered.
Plenty of problems, eh?
Oh yeah, there's always problems whenever you're doing a real test, he was a little bit optimistic, overly optimistic to begin with, and I think reality's sitting into him that this stuff is not easy to do.
What's the auto level? Do you know that?
What do you mean? What is it? You mean the make?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I'm trying to remember it.
Because like 5 miles is quite a distance for an auto level, do you not think?
As long as you can see it in the crosshairs and your optics are strong enough, enough magnification.
That's why I was asking what sort of auto level he's got.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Right. Well, I do. I've done 6 miles quite easily using my popcorn auto levels.
What sort of magnification were they?
32.
Oh.
32x.
Yeah, that's not that good, is it?
Well, his is. I've used both a 24. Actually, I had 3 auto levels: a 24, 28, and 32. And then, of course, my theodolites were 30 times magnification. And in all cases, I could see the 6 mile targets, even with the 24x Burger, CTS Burger auto level. That might be what he has as a CTS Burger, but don't quote me on that. I'm not exactly sure, but I think that's what it might be. But it's just that, of course, with more magnification, it's easier to line things up. And
how big are the targets that he's going to be looking at?
Well, the 5 mile target is about the same as size as my 6 mile target, which is about 5 feet high and 3 feet wide.
Wow, and you've got our 5 feet high and 3 feet wide. Imagine putting that up on a pole. 20 plus feet in the air with a 5 foot by 3 foot thing on the top of it. Wow. Why's he got to lift that?
He's got poles set up where a telescoping pole essentially,
with a
and
winch.
he can get it up to 28. He can get it up, I believe, to about 28 feet above the canal or more, depending upon how high up on the bank he mounts it.
5 by 3. He wants to hope it's not fucking windy. In fact, not even breezy.
Oh yeah, that is a problem. He's discovered that to be a problem. Yeah, and so he's devised a scheme to tether it, to guy it down, with 4 cables with stakes in the ground to give it stability in a wind.
Yeah, but you said at the canal bank. I'd imagine that's going to be tough.
Oh, it is. That's what I'm saying. He's finding a lot of engineering issues that he hadn't anticipated, but we're working through it.
Yeah. Well,
that's the same with any of this stuff.
Do you know when he's going to go and do it?
Well, he's been doing. He's gone at least 5 times now. He's getting things set up. The big problem that he has is that they have to do a lot of hiking. They can't drive to all the spots, so in some cases it's taken them 45 minutes to hike to the spot to where they're setting up the targets. So, and there's been a lot of bramble and a lot of high bushes and stuff to work through. So, it's been more of an effort than I had first thought.
It's a public footpath on top of that berm, though.
Not exactly where he's going. From what I've seen, the footage, there is some stuff, some places where it's pretty rough.
Oh, well, I'd imagine if he's going, if he's having to go down to the canal bank, I mean, it's just a big ditch, really. So
but it's grown up quite a bit.
Side. Yeah,
but it isn't like a mowed lawn or anything. There's a lot of bramble and bushes,
a lot of reeds and all sorts of stuff in the side there. I mean, when we went there, they had to clear the side. Especially, is he getting them to do that for him to make sure it's clear, the council, or is he just sort of going along and erecting this stuff? Because I think when we went, Dr. John got him to clear the side of the thing, so we had a good line of sight all the way through it. But I suppose if you're going from the canal, from the bridge, and you're erecting posts at the side of the canal, I don't think you'd need to really bother with the canal, would you? Why Rumpus couldn't talk like that about it? Okay. It's a long video that keeps going on. It's a little bit longer. Another 2 hours. So if you want to watch that, I put the link in the chat. Watch it for yourself. It's all about Rumpus and his test at Bedford. But, as you've heard, this needs to be researched. I'm going to start doing videos on it. Step 1 is to buy an auto level and have a word with the people where you buy the auto level from. About 6 miles, viewing 6 miles with an auto level. It's not surveying practice. I'm going to get confirmation of that. Shouldn't be hard. Also, placing a camera on the auto level invalidates the surveying as well. So that you've got two things there. You're looking further than you should be doing. And two, you're placing a camera on it, which invalidates the surveying capabilities of an auto level. But Rumpus might not do that. Rumpus might just say, he might just tell you he's seen it. He might do a Robotham. Say, like, we can't show you the picture of it. Hopefully, I might have shown you. I don't know. I'm hoping that we can formulate these arguments, make them simple. Trying to explain them and going over them doesn't seem to be helping us very much. And letting Rumpus and all of that explain it, obviously, they can't explain it. Rumpus can't explain it. George isn't around anymore, God rest his soul. And Rumpus, well, he just doesn't have the ability. He doesn't have the rhetoric. He can't communicate to people. He's too condescending. He's too aggressive. He gets upset. He's too angry. He's too, like, fight the flat earth. You know what I mean. One of those type of debunkers. But he's not really a debunker. He doesn't... You can't debunk something if nobody can understand what you're talking about. Because you're just super triggered all the time. What day is it today? It's Wednesday, isn't it? Thank you very much for watching. We are going to be back tomorrow, hopefully, with another Euclid. Maybe we might catch this video up. Do this video again. Anybody got any requests? I don't know if Rob Keene's still around. Do the triangle. I think this is Betty. Thanks for watching. Click the link, watch the rest of this video. Might go over it again tomorrow. See how useless they are. Rumpus doesn't know much about this. If you want to know anything about levels, come here, home of it, on the level, Discord. See you tomorrow.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. A separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the postulate first. And you call it the triangle last time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
You don't understand. Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question. You don't understand. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Thank you, Mike. You're just on your own. Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because it's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did you include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
You know, so you're saying how does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have... You call it the triangle. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need... For fuck's sake. I'm sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Thank you, Mike. You're just on your own. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be just as I suggested. You just sort of
get a horizontal plane. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. Thank you, Mike. So, that's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
it's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you. And look, but I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. And you have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You just on your own.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Be quiet. Not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption. For fuck's sake.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he could prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that you couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? Huge debate.
Weird times, buddy.
Thank you, Mike.
Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You can't. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. Not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. We can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane, right? Thank you, Mike. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake.
You don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because he's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle. That's postulate or axiom. Why did he include that at all? Thank you, Mike.
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
Not on the globe. You're saying. For fuck's sake. How does it show? Sorry. How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that. But why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, not tell me to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line not on the globe must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper, are you?
Thank you, Mike.
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, not tell me to be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axis. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axis from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. But not on the globe pipe. You call it the triangle axis. But not on the globe pipe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
Just on your own.
That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
But not on the globe, I know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly, but not on the globe. Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool is a horizontal plane. Establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
it's not a problem because there's